Morning. Let's meeting to order. This is Amador County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Would you please join us to pledge allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Thank you. The board met this morning in closed session. Items we met on: item 1, nothing to report. That's conference with labor negotiators. Item 2, conference with county council, existing litigation, direction was given. Item 3, confidential minutes were approved. And with that, we'll go to public matters not on the agenda. Is there any members of the public that would like to address the board on any item that's not on the agenda?
Dana Jorgensen with Senator Marie Alvarado Gale. I just wanted to let you know I'm
Morning.
in office hours this morning, starting at 10.
Hold that mic. Thank you.
Office hours this morning upstairs in conference room D from 10 to noon.
At this building here.
Yes, at the county administrative building. And I have set a schedule to be here once a month.
What was that time again?
From 10 to noon.
Okay.
Yep. In D, yeah, right next to your office, the board offices. Yep, so wanted to let you know.
And for anybody listening, you're here to listen to any issues they may have. General public.
Every single thing under the sun, and it's okay. There's no dumb or bad questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
Thanks, Dana.
Mr. Chairman, we do have someone on Zoom when you're ready for that.
Okay. I think we're ready.
Yes, hello, gentlemen. Board of Supervisors, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Chris Strong from Amador County. And I sent you all an email last Tuesday. I don't know if you've read it. It had some, excuse me, had a few attachments in it, but I'm calling regarding trying to update you on the status of New California. The attached documents updated you on our status, and the first document showed the original Declaration of Independence of California from Mexico. It showed the original Lone Star Alvarado flag, showing how our state was formed through a Declaration of Independence, actually from Mexico. The second document showed our New California's affirmation of allegiance to the United States. And the Declaration of Independence from what we believe has become a socialist and communist form of government in our state, where the people don't have proper representation, and right now we don't have proper protection from invasion at the border. The third document was dated last Tuesday, I believe, or last Monday. It was a proclamation of New California demonstrating that new statehood we believe is the only lawful and constitutional process we have left since the current state has violated their constitutional duties. And in fact, our position is that the state of California, the existing state, has actually formed an insurrection against the United States Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, and it has failed to guarantee the guarantee clause of Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. So please give these documents a review and a look over, and I ask your consideration. I've also attached a flyer for a demo election event that we're doing in Ione this Saturday. We're doing a typical traditional precinct ballot election where people come, they register on site, they vote on site. Everything's kept in a clear, transparent box, all the ballots, and they're counted at the end of the day. We expect it only take us an hour or less to count the votes. We'll be and the good thing about this voting system, unlike what they're finding now in more and more court cases, is that paper ballots cannot be manipulated when they're counted at the precinct level. They can be quickly reported to the county, and the counties can report them to the state, and we'll get elections that day. And we're seeing this, and the big thing that we're seeing now that will affect us all is the economic crisis going on in our state. It's unraveling like an avalanche, and the people that are leaving and the businesses that are leaving, combined with the increased spending from our reckless government, is going to feel more and more at home in our schools and in our counties, and especially in our election system, where we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these machines and outside consultants to run our election process, when we could do this very affordably here in the county. And once again, we have a state that is trying to force machines on every county instead of letting the counties have the say on their people's elections. So as Thomas
Chris, you there? I think we lost Mr. Strong. Give him a moment to see if he gets back connected. Well, is there any other members of the public that'd like to comment on any issue? Seeing none, looks like we lost Mr. Strong. I think we're going to move on at this point. The approval agenda, item 5A is being pulled. That was a public hearing. The surveying department, we're pulling that. And with that, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Moved with that correction.
Second.
We have a motion by Crew and a second by Forster. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And also for the record, Supervisor Frank Axe, I believe, is not back from vacation yet, so it carries 4-0-1. Moving on down, the consent agenda. There's a couple items I'd like to have pulled for separate vote. We have item 6A and item 6C. So pulling those, can we have a motion on the rest of the consent agenda?
Moved.
Second. We have a motion by Crew and a second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0-1. This time, item 6. I'd like to talk about the 6C first, just for a second. And this is the Amador Resource Conservation District, and it's an approval, appointment of Amber Gardner to Amador Resource Conservation District, and to replace a longstanding member, Miss Carol Mars, who's no longer going to be in that position. And I'd just like to thank Carol she served there for a lot of
Chairman.
years.
That's six.
That's 6E you're referring to?
Oh, heck. Thank you, Greg. Yeah. Guess I need better glasses. Man, it's tough getting old. But anyway, so yeah, it is item 6E. So I just want to thank Carol Mars for her service. She's been a good member of the community and served there for a long time. So, and with that, item 6A. got a little problem here. So I take them as separate votes. So how about item, 6E? Have a vote on that?
Who to approve?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that was a motion by Forrester and a second by Crew. And item 6A, I'd like to have that voted on now because I wanted to vote no on that. So make a motion on that.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. That carries 3-1-1.
And Mr. Chairman, since we inadvertently pulled 6C, we should probably approve that one specifically too. You had asked.
Okay, you think so? That one, that
Yeah.
mistake. Okay. Item 6C, we have a vote on that, on the one I made a mistake on.
Move to approve 6C?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0-1. Moving down, regular agenda, item 4A, discussion and possible action relative to the county's comments and review of the school board's draft EIR for the proposed consolidation project. Any comments on that?
To hear from the school.
I'm going to now. I believe Mr. Critchfield was here. Did you want to address the board, Mr. Critchfield?
Good morning, Jared Critchfield, Deputy Superintendent. Good to see you all. I'm just here if you needed any information. I wanted to inform you as well that we had requests from 5 different public agencies to extend the review period. Our school board approved that last week, so the review period was set to end January 29th. It has now been extended 15 days to February 13th.
Yes, I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Critchfield. Towards the end of the document, the draft environmental impact report, it says the organizations and persons consulted. And the only people consulted were Chief Alfred from Ione, Fire Chief Ken Mackey, which, by the way, his name is spelled wrong there, M-A-K-A-Y, Jackson Chief Mindrup, and then US EPA geologist John Hildebrand. So there was nobody consulted from Amador County Public Works, nobody consulted from Caltrans, nobody consulted from Amador County Transportation Commission. To me, it seems like you're just sweeping transportation under the rug and saying that's somebody else's responsibility. And the other thing, it seems like a fallacy. The way you're going to solve the transportation problem is by metering students as they leave and carpooling. I don't know how that's going to be effective. Supervisor Crew brought up this morning, you're going to tell students you got to stay here 10 minutes. You're going to have to camp on those students to keep them in school 10 minutes. I see some gross errors and not even addressing the transportation problem. The issues of Caltrans brought up aren't being addressed. You would think as one of the main agency handling the highways and intersections that you would heed their points and address them in the draft environmental impact report. So that's my comments.
At the very beginning of the process, all agencies had the opportunity to provide input and comment back, and we have formed that in our report, and we have this public review period as well. Nothing has been finalized at this point.
Yeah, I think ACTC will probably be making more comments, but I have a little problem with your review process too, where people come up and you will only let them speak by writing their questions on a piece of paper. And then when your board has questions on the RTP process, you won't even let the executive director from ACTC at least clarify it verbally for them. He wasn't allowed to speak.
So that was a special board meeting that we are not required to do, but we decided to do to introduce and kick off the public review period. And so that's a process that the board took on to be able
I
to
realize it was the
provide more
process,
information.
it was the process designed, and I think it's designed to prohibit transparency, is my opinion. If you want to be transparent, you let people speak and, take it for the public record,
We took every question card that day.
by
It was
card.
submitted.
By card you did. To me, that's a good way to stifle public comment.
I think I would have to agree with what you're saying, Richard. If things are as what you said, I would say that's not the way you do it. If you got enough problems with that item that you're working on right now, that consolidation, if you, more input is probably a way to have less problems. Less input, something like that, it just gets people suspicious and unhappy, more unhappy.
I don't know if, I don't believe either one of you were there in attendance, but every person was able to submit the card. It was just to provide order to the meeting. It was not to stifle information.
I read through all the documents and I realized the way it was conducted. To me, it's a kind of a sham process when you conduct it like that. And by the way, the school board is the lead on this project. It was brought up that all of these roads should have been fixed long ago. The bypass in Ione should have been done a long time ago. You know, if we had $100 billion, we could fix all these things. But as the lead on this project, like any developer, you're required to look at the improvements that need to be made, and you would be the first one to pay for those with reimbursement that would happen along the way.
So through that process, we are following exactly what is in the law based on the traffic study, and the main component for an environmental impact report is vehicle miles traveled. And a lot of the attention has been on level of service with intersections. And in 2020, that was pulled from the CEQA requirement.
I understand them. So, I think you're still going to be bound to have improvements made to the infrastructure and the traveling highways for the safety of the students and the public and anybody else who's going to be attending games or school for one reason or another.
And we paid the traffic consultants to go beyond what's required in EIR, specifically at that intersection, to see what our fair share is for that. So that's all in the process as well.
But again, you're first up, so you would be required to start those improvements, I believe, if it is seen as a necessary safety improvement.
Any other questions?
Bill, we're gonna call you Jared, sorry.
That's fine, Pat.
What's the hurry? I still haven't figured out why there's this big push when all of these questions need to be answered and they begrudgingly, I listened to the meeting when they extended the period, and that was, they said with the holidays and sickness and Mondays off that it was the right thing to do. But the whole time I was sitting thinking, I talked to lots of people, and there are some serious concerns of people who don't even have kids in school, that there's a rush to get this done.
Yeah, I mean, again, people can have the opinion of it being a rush, but from our perspective, this goes back all the way to 2012 when the reconfiguration committee was formed by the school district, and then there was a 7-Eleven committee in the subsequent years, and decisions were made and recommendations were made at that time to do this. But I also think it's important to note the condition of our facilities and the long-term projection of where we're headed in education. So in the state right now, you have a situation with facilities where there are many valley and coastal regions that consistently pass school bonds. And their facilities, you can go, I was over a Christmas break at my daughter's basketball game at Pittman High School, and it looked like a junior college. And foothill communities tend to struggle to pass general obligation bonds. And I completely understand why, and I understand where voters don't want to pay more taxes, but what it's created in the state are inequities when it comes to facilities. And so based on our size of district, the state doesn't fund you based on the number of schools you have. The state funds you based on your students. And if you look at us just on a student basis, we should really only have one high school, one junior high, and 3 elementary schools. Now, the board made it a priority to keep 6 elementary schools, but to maintain those facilities, when we went through a facility master plan process 2 years ago and identified over $150 million worth of need in our facilities. To be able to have a sustainable school district for the long term, we have to consolidate and downsize. That is the driving force behind this. And then coupled with that is the state doesn't design programs and special monies to be divided up into multiple schools when we're as small as we are. And I know some people in this community feel like a school of 1,200 kids will be large, but based on the way things are in this state, that is not considered a large high school by any stretch of the imagination. So I'll use, for example, career technical education funds. They give us career technical education funds based on the number of students we have, not based on the number of schools. So now if we want to provide welding at both high schools, we have to take that money and divide it into two. Things like that, where we can enhance our programs, especially in career technical education, and then also provide programs at the junior high school. The plan is when we consolidate that at the junior high school, which will be at the Amador High location, that we will provide career technical education opportunities, which we currently do not provide for our students. So students will be able to get into agriculture, get into culinary, and take art classes and things like that. So that's kind of my summary of how we got here. And again, some people say it's a rush, but this has been going on for a long time.
And as a follow-up, the bond issue failed and bond money is what, 2.5%, 3%?
So we've had two bonds fail, 2018 and 2022.
We're going in the open market for a loan?
So it's called a certificate of participation. I believe this building was constructed under the same type of loan. So it's just like a government agency can do, where you do what's called a certificate of participation to have the funds to put in towards facilities.
At similar interest rates to the...
Correct. Yeah, and we were able to get in right at the beginning of January when the market had dropped and was looking good, and we have a competitive interest rate that we secured. It closes at the end of this month, so I can follow up on that once it closes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue? Okay, you're probably done, Mr. Critchfield.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No Zoom? Okay. Any other people like to comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Gedney, Amador County Transportation Commission. Just would like to make a brief comment in response to Dr. Critchfield's statement, specifically regarding the fair share contribution, which is what we've been asking for. We've been asking from the get-go to work with us on coming up with how to mitigate this problem that's going to occur with the proposed project. They have been coming to our meetings, asking why these improvements haven't already been put in place, and thank you, Supervisor Forster, for pointing that out. Instead of asking, how can we work together? You know, and that's the frustrating part. And why the rush, Supervisor Crew? The rush is to avoid having a commitment to fair share contributions. They're not in the EIR. There's a reference in the appendix to the analysis that ACTC and Caltrans requested. And in the analysis, it actually says that the Argonaut State Route 88 intersection meets the warrants for signalization based on that analysis. And it says that the proponent, the school district, if that is the case, would be responsible for providing fair share contributions to the fix. They're not including those fair share contributions in the EIR, and we're asking them to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gedney. Any other members?
Susan Peters, representing the cities of Bayonne and Jackson. I'm coordinating the response, the comment response from staff for both those agencies. I wanted to ask a procedural question. Are you proposing to take any action today, like direction of staff?
Up to the basics of the board.
Okay.
I don't believe so at this time unless the board decides to. That's a question probably for the board to come up with a decision.
I would
think
like to ask,
Susan, I think we're probably working more closely with, Mr. Gedney and ACTC to coordinate those comments.
okay, I would like to ask the board to actually direct staff to provide comments. Several of the impacts on these roadways impact county areas, not just the cities. And I think it would be important to include county response to the EIR as well as ECTC, Ione, Sutter Creek, Jackson, Caltrans, hopefully CHP, et cetera. I think there's some big overriding issues with this environmental impact report that are concerning. First of which is the project description is lacking a lot of information, particularly with the disposition of the existing buildings. The alternatives analysis doesn't include looking at a different site, which when you add up all the numbers for potential mitigation, if it's done right, there could be a financial benefit to looking at a different site. And that's why CEQA has that alternatives process built into it, to find out if there's something that's environmentally superior, but also can be more affordable as well. But I think that needs to be in there. And I definitely think the county needs to weigh in on the process. I have serious concerns about the Brown Act. The fact that they made the decision and then are getting the information after the fact, and that they've continued to move forward. I'm not sure why the consolidation closure wasn't rescinded, and then they pulled together all their information so that their board can make an informed decision. Barreling forward without all that information, like I said, I have concerns with the Brown Act with that. So I'd like to encourage the Board of Supervisors to direct staff to submit a comment letter as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Shane Crow,
Morning.
District 1 trustee for the Amador County School Board. What I wanted to say was, in order for this process to work, it is going to take a collaboration with all the agencies, with the county, with the cities, with the school district and the community. I pointed out at school board meetings that for anyone from the public to please reach out to me if they have questions. I've had several that have had ongoing conversations, and I encourage anyone that does have questions or wants to submit questions and they're unsure of how to do it, they can reach out to me and I will make sure that the questions are submitted. Regarding the consolidation, I've had comments from people that are for consolidation about the same amount as the people that are against consolidation. And one of the prevailing comments from the public for the people that are for consolidation is that the parents feel that the district has failed in preparing their students for higher education. Many examples have been presented to me that their students, when they moved on to college, they missed out on a class in high school that they were forced to take in college. And I feel that consolidation would remove that, and it would better prepare the students for obtaining their higher education. And again, please, anyone, feel free to reach out to me if there's any questions. Thank you.
Before you leave the mic, it'd be nice if everybody could work together, but I think the school district kind of drew a line in the sand when the vote was negative, and they proceeded anyway. And I think you're not going to get those people on the other side, especially when you kick dirt in their face because they voted against it.
Yeah, and this is a very hot topic with the community. People are they're set as far as what their feelings are, and I know it's gonna take, teamwork and collaboration and transparency to make sure everyone's comfortable on this. And, at least in my part, I want to make sure that, I will try to make sure that we're as transparent as possible and make sure that, all questions are answered and that, we're able to come up with, solutions so that we can, try to make this a better school district for our kids.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue? Looks like we have Mr. Vila.
Morning, Board.
Morning.
Morning.
Rich Vila, Public Works Director. I've had a chance to review this document as well as you, sounds like, a number of you have. And I think one of the things that's important, with the change in the CEQA laws, they talk about vehicle miles traveled as the factor in determining transportation impacts and such. And that is the law. And legally, that's what the school district has to follow with their CEQA document. They did move forward and have an LOS, or level of service analysis, done on the intersections, which I think was a good thing. I think that was something that they did not have to do. But as the results show, that specifically the intersection at Argonaut and Highway 88 would be reduced to a level F, which is the lowest level of service that you could have. Conversely, the intersection down at Hoffman Street and Highways 4 to 988 goes to a level E as well. So, which is not a positive thing either. And I think it would be incumbent on the school district, at least in my opinion, I mean, knowing that these things are going to occur or projected to occur, and even though CEQA will not require them to act on those things, I think it's imperative that these things are addressed. And specifically, when you look at the Argonaut intersection, if you're taking an intersection down to a level F, which with a lot of congestion and such, and you stop to think, a lot of the users of this intersection are teenagers, high school students with very little experience in driving. It's bad enough half of us adults aren't good drivers, let alone the young teenagers. And to knowingly know that we're going to put a intersection at that level with inexperienced drivers as being a primary component of the usage of that, I think would be very irresponsible. And as we're trying to better things for our students, we're actually putting them in a disadvantage as far as, having to negotiate to that intersection. The other thing, hopefully, as this moves forward, we're talking about that intersection, but hopefully we can get more analysis completed to also look at the effects or possible effects on Kennedy Flat Road, which would be kind of a shortcut there. If you don't want to negotiate that intersection, kind of go and take that frontage road. That's not the best road either when it connects up to the highways there to the east.
I was going to ask you that question.
And that needs to be looked at as well, because you need to be funneling part of the problem down to another intersection. Also, one thing felt I was disappointed in the notice of preparation for this report to be done. In my letter to the school district, I had asked that some consideration be done in looking at an extension of Wicklow Way to Stony Creek Road to serve that campus. Now, I understand there's a lot involved with that, and, the road doesn't exist now. There's been some rough plans for that or whatever. But, it's my hope that at least a conversation could start on that. And this document unless I missed it, there's not one word mentioned with regards to Wilco Way. And it would be my hope that in the spirit of cooperation and working with agencies working together, that at least that question or that alternative be addressed. Maybe the answer is no, that's not the answer. It doesn't help, it costs too much, it's, whatever comes of that discussion. But I believe that that discussion needs to occur. And as far as I know, that nothing has moved forward with regards to that. As far as what's being proposed as a consolidation, in my position, I'm not for or against it, but what I'm concerned is that if it goes forward, it needs to be done correctly. And we want to make sure that, that everything gets done to preserve as best we can the safety of the users of our transportation infrastructure. And really, in looking at this document, there's very little mitigation as proposed, and that mitigation, even in this document, is said to be, it may work, it may not. So when we're essentially doubling the users at this campus without any mitigation, just common sense tells you that that's not correct. So, hopefully all agencies will move together and work together to try to make this, if it's going to happen, that it happens correctly and the safety of everyone that's involved is, tried to just put at the forefront.
Okay.
As far as some staff and reviewing, please provide direction on if you need if I need to put my comments to you. I was going to put something together, but if it's something that you can decide whether it needs to come from the board or from staff or whatever, we'll just need that direction.
That intersection at Argonaut and 8849, I go through that every day. And almost every day the same thing happens, as it did this morning, where I had a vehicle in front of me turning right onto Argonaut and a vehicle leaving Argonaut coming on the highway going west or northwest. And that person gassed it, and I had to brake to avoid hitting them. That happens probably 50% of the time. That was an adult. Can you imagine kids out there driving?
What you said about Wicklow Way is, I think, very pertinent. I know I'd brought that up. I think the school board had a meeting here, and I think Dr. Critchfield's comment was, well, that's something the county should do. And the thing is, it's like, just because it's a government entity, a school district, doesn't mean they're exempt from what would be expected of other private or even public agencies. And yeah, the county has looked at, or ACTC has looked at Wicklow Way, saying it would be a good project. Really, it wouldn't really be serving the county as much as it would be the city, or i.e. the school district in this case. So I was a little bit chagrined when he made that comment, because they're just kind of saying, we don't want to talk about that. I think it needs to be talked about that. As far as having some taking your comments and having them come from the board, I don't think it'd be a bad idea with maybe some additional items from the Board of Supervisors. How's the board feel about that?
Yeah, I thought that, Richard had a pretty good response just to the one traffic issue, just the points that he brought up.
Yeah, I think it'd be the right thing to do for Mr. Vila to submit comments, what you stated today, and any other thing you can think of, that the safety is the predominant factor here, I think, and they're trying to rush this project through and kind of leaving safety behind.
Yeah, so I think we can incorporate Richard's thoughts and comments into a letter from the Board of Supervisors, probably.
Yeah. Okay.
There may be other staff that need, there's references to how the project affects or doesn't affect the general plan of the county. So, there may be something, other comments that may be necessary or not. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you, my focus, my my review of this just on this transportation elements and such, so I didn't look at the whole document.
No, that's fine. I think your comments were very pertinent. What I'd like to see is maybe, from what I hear from the board, is working maybe with like the chair, vice chair, and Richard Vila. We'll prepare a letter and send it to the school district.
I think your comments on the general plan are correct. It seems like there's a reliance on saying, again, county should have done this, ACTC should have done this, ION should have done this. So, and that you can look at the general plans, but we all know a lot of what's in the general plan just doesn't happen naturally. It takes time.
And the thing too, we talked about Wicklow Way. If this was a business that was going to come in and build an office building, and we're going to put 500 people working in this office building, I mean, as a county, we would expect that developer to put their fair share in to mitigate traffic or whatever, if it means putting in a part of Wicklow Way or contributing to that, if that's the answer or whatever. So, and maybe I'm getting narrow-minded, but to me, there's no difference in how we need to look at it and expect mitigation, regardless if it's a business, if it's the school, if it's ourselves, if we decide to put an office building up there and create traffic as a county. I mean, we'd have to do our fair share in mitigating that. So, and again, you know, I just would like to see a little more open communication in that regards. If the answer is no to some of these things, then so be it. But at least those questions can be looked at and addressed and see what happens from it. So
Okay.
I would also make note in there that the organizations and persons contacted, it's right at the end of the document, was a very slim list. I mean, if you're out to get information and design a project that's going to be the best for the traveling public and safety of the kids, I would think you would want to consult with all agencies, including Caltrans, including the county, including ACTC.
Richard, wasn't there also a question of the spacing of the lights that Argonaut Lane might be too close to the T interchange down there? That they're supposed to be like a half mile, or, I know that was discussed.
I mean, that could be an issue. I mean, the thing of it is, I mean, those things can be modified. I mean, yeah, there's classical design, and yeah, you should have your signals spaced so far apart, and because it throws off the timing and
Right.
and the queuing and all that sort of thing. But again, you know, sometimes you have to make modifications for the
For what you're dealing with.
yeah, exactly. And that intersection, it's a tough spot. And you know, as we all know, we've got that horizontal curve there, the vertical curve and such, and it's not going to be an easy answer.
At the other end at Kennedy Flat Road, if you want to go left to Ione, you better be ready to go.
Yes, yes. And, you know, I don't envy Dr. Critchfield in this process. I know he's here and he's the bad guy supposedly or whatever, but, you know, it's a tough job, and this proposal has a lot of challenges, and it's difficult, and there's no easy way out. And, you know, I think, again, the cooperative effort, you know, try to make the best of what we're trying to do here.
Thank you, Richard. Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue? Mr. Beatty.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Morning.
board. Chuck Beatty with the
Morning.
Planning Department. There's been considerable discussion about Wicklow Way, so thought I'd just remind everybody we're in the middle of an EIR for a development project that would extend Wicklow Way from its current dead end to Stony Creek Road. In fact, we paused the EIR process to give the school board the opportunity to do their transportation analysis, so we would have that information as we move forward with the EIR for Wicklow. And while that project is being funded through grants just to get a specific plan in place, it does propose, its current state, approximately 700 new dwelling units plus other commercial units, closer to Highway 88 that would be in that project. So it shows up in the RTP as a developer-funded project. That's why the county hasn't done it to date. But here's a project that proposes to do just that, and it's not going to happen overnight. It would be a very long-term project, but it is there. The concern I have is that there's no mention in the EIR as to whether or not that project or any other city-county projects were considered. There's a reference to the city and county EIRs, that there's not an issue with implementing the city and county's general plans, but it would be helpful to know whether or not specific projects were looked at. As far as the VMT and LOS analysis, I'm glad they did both, but what it appears is though the LOS shows there are going to be significant and unavoidable impacts, but then they hide behind the VMT analysis that provides basically no meaningful mitigation. And I just hope that's not an acceptable standard for projects going forward. And we'll be glad to put any other comments and give them to the committee that's going to respond officially.
Appreciate that. Mr. Beatty? Any other members of the public like to comment on this item? I don't think there's anybody up there in Zoom. Nobody in Zoom? Okay.
Mr. Chair, just one quick thing. Have we heard anything from Amador Transit at all on this project?
No, I have not. Not that I know of, not that I'm aware of.
My son attended Amador High for 4 years, and he rode the bus, the school bus, for about 3 weeks before he found out, hey, I'm going to hit Amador Transit because I'm home a half an hour earlier than the school bus running home. So that's just another part of the equation. If we have such a log jam sitting there in Argonaut trying to get out, that it might be.
I think that was mentioned in the 5.5 on transportation, whether it was mentioned more broadly just as transit, but I think it was mentioned in there as along with carpooling and other methods, as a way to mitigate the numbers of students that would be released.
No, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get at is we still have the part of they're trying to get a bus out of there. The amount of buses that are going to be trying to do that same thing as cars. So that's, bus is definitely a more intrusive thing as you're entering onto a highway.
You ready for a motion?
Yep.
I would move that we direct staff, Mr. Vila, Public Works Director, and in coordination with Mr. Beatty, our Land Use Planning Director, I guess, to work on a response to the draft environmental impact report.
Second.
Yeah, I think we should. But coming from the board, it'll come back to the chair and vice chair for extra comments, or do you want to just have them?
I would just soon have it reviewed by the chair and vice chair, the coordinator response from staff, and then mail it off so we make sure we don't miss the deadline.
Okay, and so the letter will be coming from the board then?
No, I'm asking the chair and vice chair just to review it and approve it and send it forward. That's something the board would do anyway.
Okay, fine. We had a motion by Forrester, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0-1. Moving down to item number 4B. This is administrative agency. This discussion and possible action relative to U.S. Forest Service Land Management Plan and Direction for Old Growth Forest Conditions across the National Forest System. I asked to have this put on because President Biden gave direction, to do a proposed amendment to all 128 National Forest Land Management Plans. And this is to conserve and steward old growth and mature forest. And I was kind of reading through it. It seemed beautiful and wonderful. I had puppy dogs and kitties and whipped cream. Only problem I have is it's talking about you want to inventory mature and old growth forest. And also, it says in there, effective immediately, projects proposing vegetation management activities in old growth condition forests shall be submitted to the National Forest System Deputy Chief for review and approval. My complaint is I've watched this whole thing unfold for years. We're managing and inventorying and doing analyses, and our forests are burning. They're piles of ash. I've cut trees personally that were dead, hazard trees. The water systems, they're 1,000 years old. You drive down Iron Mountain Road, our forests are gone. And so I think the last thing we need is more roadblocks into getting the work done in National Forest. I'd like to give the foresters a task and get out of the way and let them go in and clean up our forest. And I think what they're proposing to do is going to be the exact opposite. And now they're also bringing in mature forest. It's going to be paralysis by analysis. And so I'd like to see if it would, after maybe the board would be willing at some point to let the chair and vice chair send a letter commenting on the National Forest Plan Amendment, EIR.
I don't have a problem with that. I would like that letter to come back for review by the board.
I think the comments are due by February 2nd.
We don't.
I think that was the date.
Time.
Yeah, February 2nd, 2024. It says they're most valuable, which, I mean, you can send them later, but I think they probably don't.
Who are you going to work with to put these comments together?
I would think probably either Supervisor Brown or the Vice Chair. Supervisor Brown's up in the forested areas, but
one of the things that I was reading through this process is that it doesn't say that they're not going to be doing management of the forest as far as burning or mastication or anything else. They're trying to save some of the larger trees, but still have the completion, the separation of trees. That they.
I understand that, but I've seen this dog and pony show for.
No, I understand.
A lot of years, and I've seen the results. And effective immediately, project proposing vegetation management activities in old growth conditions shall be submitted to the National Forest System Deputy Chief. I'm thinking, it's gonna be another log jam. And I know they are doing activities. I think we need to probably more faster.
Yeah, they've been doing more than. I had to laugh. This year I had to go find a Christmas tree. It wasn't just easy to go find one. You had to go work for a Christmas tree this year.
They did a lot of work along 88, and that's good.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I don't have a problem with you doing this. I'd like you to maybe coordinate your efforts with the Fire Safe Council and bring in, like Mr. Heisenbuttel or another member of the council, because they're experts on this issue too.
That was one of my intentions. So, yes.
They want more action and less analysis.
Yeah. No, and they're very competent. So, would it like to be Brown or? Okay.
Okay.
So I'm probably looking for a motion and, well, hold on one second. I neglected public comment. Any members of the public like to comment on this issue? Seeing none, look for a motion.
So this would be just a direction. Oh, I guess this would be a motion then.
Gotta be a motion. I'd like you to work with staff to have Mr. Eiley, at least Mr. Eiley, review the letter too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So I would move that we have Supervisors Onetto and Brown work with the Fire Safe Council representatives and construct a letter to address this action by the U.S. Forest Service Land Management plan for the old growth forest conditions across the national forest system.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Forrester, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0-1. And I think we'll hold the minutes over to a future meeting. And so with that, we're moving on down to item 4D. This is General Service Administration, update and grant progress. I believe Ms. Warburton is here to, and Mr. Hopkins.
Morning, members of the board. John Hopkins.
Morning.
Morning.
Karen Warburton, good morning.
Morning.
So we are bringing to you just a brief synopsis of the grants that we're working on in the General Services Administrative Department. This document that I provided for you shows all of the grants that are awarded in process, applications that have been submitted that we are waiting responses on, and also future projects that we're kind of focused on.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Looks like you got a lot going on, I'll say that.
Yeah.
So roughly, I thought that, I talked with Chuck about this, I thought it'd be good to just let you guys know what's going on. There's about $3 million there in the last year or so, well, including the food bank, that's been going on for a while, that Karen has captured, not including the $5 million for the broadband effort through SURF. But I do have a question in particular with the $400,000 for the Parks and Recreation grant that we have, and that I'm a little concerned that the target, the list that we have was to target first and foremost with those dollars, 3 tennis courts / pickleball courts, one at Fiddletown, the one that's existing, one existing at Pioneer Park, inclusive of a new one also at Pioneer Park. I don't know that there will be enough funding to accomplish all of that. So if we're not able to accomplish that, looking at sort of a prioritization list from the board as to what we could do, because we haven't been able to secure any money for ballpark lighting either. So let's just say I would assume that the board would want us to target the existing courts that we have, one at Fiddletown, one at Pioneer Park. If there's not enough to continue with the third tennis court at Pioneer Park, maybe use the residual funding for lighting or some other purpose. Or if you wanted to target just the courts at Pioneer Park, forgo Fiddletown, or maybe look at a basketball court at Fiddletown or at Pioneer Park, however you want to arrange it. I'm just letting you know that I don't think that $400,000 is going to be enough to just do all 3 courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts. So open for discussion.
Yeah, well, the prevailing wage, it's probably not going to be enough.
So what, just, you know, of course, it's crystal ball time. Do we have an estimate on any of the courts? Yeah, I know.
Yes, we do.
What's the estimate for?
So it differs according to the location because it involves taking out a whole bunch of trees. So taking out the trees altogether at both locations is going to be about $12,000. The court at Pioneer Park, I believe, was $153,000.
For both of them or just one?
Just the one, yeah.
153 just to refurbish the one?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And then to add the new court in, it's not as much work because we don't have to remove a bunch of items that are there. So that comes in at about $116,000. I should give you a caveat. That's pretty much a wag from the sports contractor that provided us a brief quote.
Well, and those, you know, gentlemen, you have to remember tennis courts. So I'm going to get into the construction a bit. You can create a court. There's clay courts, grass courts. Those are cost prohibitive. There are then asphalt, concrete courts, and then the acrylic court. Well, the acrylic goes on top of one of those, either asphalt or concrete.
I'm assuming, because that's what we're gonna do. But that's a little higher end as well, but you're gonna get the best bang for your buck out of that, 20 years out of it. The subgrades at both those places just need to be redone. That's why the cost is so high as well. So, it's gonna cost us some money.
What was the approximate cost you're hearing at Fiddletown?
It was, excuse me, I believe it was, very similar to what we had at Pioneer Park, but it was a little bit less, and it included the basketball court as well, redoing the basketball court, so around $150,000.
150?
Yes.
But that still keeps us just with the two under the 400.
Well, remember, these are brick and mortar costs. There's a process to go through, and the first process is I gotta issue an RFP for, design services, right? So, haven't got there yet.
So, weird question here. If I had a volunteer group come in and say, hey, we'll destroy it, get rid of the material, what happens then?
That's helpful. Okay. I need to know that ahead of time.
Well, of course.
Coordinate all that, but yeah, that's very helpful. Demolition is not cheap either. They gotta have someplace to take it though, so if they're gonna do it as a donated effort, hey, good.
Jackson redid their court. Of course, they didn't have any tree trouble. It was about 78,000.
Right.
With the pickleball and the lines and everything.
And I don't think they removed the subgrade. They just redid the court.
Okay.
Yeah. Pioneer needs its subgrade removed and redone.
Middletown too?
Yeah, it's bad shape. And it's got tree issues up there.
I guess a question for Supervisor Brown. You're talking about the lighting at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
I know, I don't know about the nighttime, but I know in the daytime, a lot of people use the fields, those parks, especially Molly Joyce. This would be the Pioneer Park, right?
This would be Pioneer.
Blackhorn Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
How many people use that at nighttime?
During the softball season, it's used heavily. It's probably 2 nights a week.
I wonder, maybe it'd behoove us, maybe look at doing the 2 tennis pickleball courts or whatever, and maybe take some of that money to go towards those lights.
And the one answer I haven't gotten back is PG&E had possibly said that they might shoot some money into this project, but when I first inquired on it, they were in between budgets. PG&E had installed the complete lighting system back in 1983.
Oh, no, before that.
Okay, what year was it then?
77, 78.
Okay.
78, somewhere there.
Wow.
Yeah. So those are, it's the same lighting system since then. And so I was kind of pushing a little bit for PG&E to do this as a historic thing too. They did it up front, and we'll see if we can get them to do it again. But we'll see what happens on that aspect.
Well, and Karen is working on other opportunities potentially for that as well. So I don't know where it'll all shake out months down the road for lighting.
I'm wondering to the board if we can make a small committee between Supervisor Neto and myself, since the parks are in our 2 districts, and that we can kind of coordinate this and give John and Karen better coordination on this as we get some better figures.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't find some local contractor that wouldn't volunteer doing work like that. I think the disposal of the blacktop could be a problem. It may be, I know they take concrete down at Vicini Sand and Gravel. I don't know if they take blacktop.
Well, yours is the base. We all need new basketball courts, but the biggest thing I'm shooting for, as we've all seen through emails, is the tennis pickleball courts and getting rid of that, because that's concrete on mine. I don't know if that's concrete in yours.
Yeah, I meant just as far as like you were talking about, if you get the community come in and do some of the basically demolition work, that'd probably save a lot of money.
I think it's a good idea to do a committee too, because I've recently just talked with Liz with BLM when we were having that discussion. Yeah, and she's still trying to encourage maybe the county to hold Pioneer Park in a patent. We can't own it in fee simple title like we've talked about before, but there seems to be some advantages that might be an advantage to us to do that, and the committee would be a good spot to vet some of that out.
When you say patent, you mean like a mining claim, or?
Well, that's what they call it. BLM gives you a patent. And
well, patent is that's fee simple. If you get a patent and mining claim.
It is, but it's still not in fee simple title. So there's rules to that we
Okay.
could explore.
Whatever works.
But it seems to be, because we're going through the NEPA process right now for things like the tennis court, and that takes a while, but it also slows things down when you talk about Fiddletown, which doesn't have to go through that process, but we're sort of stuck because we don't want to put one out without putting both out at the same time because of the cost benefits to that.
Right.
Right?
What you're talking about there, if you could do like a patent, that would sure be nice.
So we should talk about that. I just had that conversation with her. There's some advantages to that, and threw out another question. I haven't heard back from her, about the 3 to 5 acres for parking across the way as well.
Make sure that you and the committee budget enough money to indemnify the county from pickleball injuries.
I guess the only other thing on, for grants too is, you know, they're starting the process of design and up 88 for broadband for the middle mile. I know my other staff, the IT, is working, to talk with Tilson about maybe the hut here that's supposed to go in across by the hospital here, their intersection there. We're trying to get them to put it in this side of the Caltrans right away, so we would have access to that. Might be an advantage for the county in the future, or to go underneath the highway there and provide us access. So they're going to be talking to them in the next day or two about that design, in regards to broadband. So we're doing those kinds of things too, as far as grants go.
You know, John, there's a couple of tennis court contractors that just do schools and parks. And I know when Argonaut did theirs, they were able to do 3 for the price they did. They were gonna do 2 and 2, and they ended up doing 3 for the same amount of money.
That's why I was advocating that even, you know, Pioneer is a little different because of this process we have to deal with the feds.
Right.
But I still wouldn't advocate to put them separate out to bid.
Yeah.
I'd combine them.
I don't know, someone probably had to talk to Greg about, but if you need trees cut and removed, I could volunteer to do that now for free, but I have to ask him if that's something I could do or not. So I'd help on that aspect.
We'll sign you up as a volunteer.
And also, as far as, Greg, do we need an ad hoc committee for Brown and Ike, or can we just work on it, you think?
Well, if you appoint a committee, it basically is a ad hoc committee under the Brown Act, because it's short-term just for this one issue.
Okay.
And I think lastly for the board, the roads grant for safety that Karen captured, that was a national grant. That was a good thing. We are going to need Rich's participation with that as we move forward with that. But I know she's already attended a meeting with other interested groups. I think it was the ACTC yesterday? BPAC. So, once we get a consultant on board for that, that'll be their job to engage with the community and start looking at all of our roads, including in all the cities, for their safety components.
You know, one thing I think, John, you and Karen have both worked very hard in this. I think I would give some credit to, I think ACTC has been involved in some of this, and also, all the rural county representatives of California, RCRC has been pretty involved, and appreciate all their help.
We do.
Also.
Definitely.
We do.
Well, so anyway, so we'll have an ad hoc committee, Supervisor Brown and myself.
Do we need a motion on that?
No, you can
No, we're just appointing one. So we're good, but thank you. And, hey, if we end up cutting trees, you're welcome to come help me too.
I'll do it. I'll bring my tractor.
Oh, I'll just say, I want to run the tractor, but anyway. Okay, any members of the public like to comment on this? Nobody on Zoom, so
You have a comment?
Oh, we have
we have a comment coming. Better late than never, Paul.
Paul Bramall. The impact fees for the Parks and Recs, aren't there funds for capital improvements?
There is.
Is that possible to backfeed some of those funds? I mean, I know they've been sitting for quite a while from my understanding, so.
I would think it's a possibility, yeah.
That if we come up a little short, then maybe some of those funds could be used towards that, because that's what they were generated for.
Yeah, and I think it can be for, I don't believe renovation is touchy. There's one fund can be used, one is for improvements.
New pickleball.
And then up there in Pioneer, you might be having a new court, and that could probably qualify.
Or for the lighting as well, if you're adding lighting to that.
No, that's refurbishment, because they're replacing the lighting system. So it's not if we were lighting up the second ball field, that would be an impact item. But the one thing, we've used up a lot of the impact fees for the upcountry, with Molly Joyce's playground that's over there. So there was quite a bit of money that was put into Molly Joyce's, playground.
And what's the balance on that, do we know?
I want to say for the county, it's like 60,000, 80,000.
Depends which fund, yeah.
Yeah.
There's one fund that can be used for anything, it's got a lot less, and then there's one that can only be used for improvements, and I think there's still a fair bit in there.
But the other part of the new fees under the new Nexus, ACRA is in charge of that, so it's not under Board of Supervisors' control anymore.
Okay. But that is a possibility.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good point. I was gonna make that point, that those fees, years ago, used to be, something that I handled, but I no longer, that's ACRA's responsibility and the board. We don't deal with any of those dollars anymore.
Yeah, there's still some of the old money, if you will say, pre-Nexus money is still sitting there.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to just add that sometimes you can use money if you word it the correct way. So when you're talking about improvements or enhancements, versus refurbishment,
That's that gentleman right over there that says yay, nay on that.
Yes.
Kind of like this, Karen. Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think
Cover the minutes.
there is no minutes. I didn't have minutes. You have minutes?
Or C.
Yeah, I didn't have, somehow I missed them. Okay, well, I don't,
4C is, you bypassed and went to 4D, but 4C.
yeah, I didn't have minutes for some reason, I don't know why.
You wouldn't have wanted to miss it, so can I
Yep.
So make a motion?
Corrections for us?
Make a motion to approve the minutes with minor correction and a major correction that, on page 6, under the motion regarding the salaries of elected officials, states that it was, 311, which is correct, but then under the ayes, it lists 4 of us, including Supervisor Oneto. I think he voted against it. And
That
Supervisor
one I
Axe.
did, yeah.
Yeah, and Supervisor Axe was absent, so it should be 311 with Supervisor Oneto as a no. So with that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Forrester, second by Brown, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimous, 401. Yeah. At this time, we're gonna take a break. We'll come back and resume at 10:30. And the next item that will be taken will be item 5B. This is, appeal the planning commission's approval of request from George Reed. And we'll take that at 10:30. We're working, trying to get some audio going there and they're having some problems, so they'll keep working on it. We're calling this meeting back to order. And this item we're taking now is a George Reed. Here we go. It's item 5B, Planning Department appeal the Planning Commission's approval request from George Reed Incorporated / Jackson Valley Quarry for an amended use permit, UP-06-9-2, to extend the hours of operation for operational reclamation activities, excavation, crushing, processing, truck loading, and hauling from 6 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday, to 6 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday. And at this time, I think we'd probably like to hear from the applicant. Appellant. Well, actually, you want to go?
So,
Are you okay with them going first, Bill?
so,
They'll go first? Okay. George Reed will go first then.
Open the.
oh,
From staff first, staff report, or
staff report first?
I would think.
Public comment would be later.
Open the public hearing. Did you?
I was perfectly happy to sit there, but okay.
So at this time, the public hearing's open.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again, Chuck Beatty with the Planning Department. The existing permit for Jackson Valley Quarry was issued in 2013, and that involved a significant expansion of their footprint from 74 acres to 160 acres, and an increase in their material production up to 2 million tons per year. And that project went through an EIR evaluation and was ultimately approved by the Board of Supervisors. Under the conditions currently in place for the quarry, their site prep activities are limited to 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. The operational and reclamation activities, other than site prep, are limited to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Maintenance and repair work doesn't have a time restriction as long as the decibels don't exceed 45 decibels at their property line. And blasting is limited from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. This amendment seeks to extend the hours of operation for operational and reclamation activities, the excavation, crushing, processing, loading, and hauling, to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, so 4 additional hours per day, Monday through Friday. Doesn't propose to modify any of the production limitations that are on the quarry or blasting or any other provisions. An updated noise and vibration assessment was prepared for the project to evaluate potential impacts to nearby receptors and compliance with the current Amador County noise standards for the extended hours. There are several mitigation measures that I'll mention in a minute that are tied directly to that study. Primarily, this condition or the amendment seeks to amend condition number 15, which are the primary hours of operation limitations, by extending the hours to 10 p.m., but those extended hours are limited or are subject to 3 specific criteria. Number 1, that mining of the outer areas of the quarry would be limited, still limited to 6 to 6 Monday through Friday until mining has progressed a depth of at least 1 bench height, which is typically 20 feet around the perimeter. The use of excavator-mounted hydraulic rock breakers remains limited to 6 to 6 Monday through Friday, and the load out of riprap, which is the largest material that they load out, is limited to 6 to 6 Monday through Friday. Because of the noise mitigations that are proposed with the project, it requires an amendment to the existing noise condition, which was 44, so we've added a condition 44A, which says, to reduce the potential impact associated with noise, the following noise mitigation measures are required for excavation, material processing, load out, and hauling. The operator shall, number 1, suspend acoustic curtains around the processing plant, crushers, and screen decks. Number 2, ensure that all processing area conveyors are properly lubricated at all times. Number 3, limit excavation activities to 6 to 6 Monday through Friday until the excavation has progressed at least 20 feet around the adjoining grade. Number 4, the use of excavator-mounted hydraulic rock breakers remains limited to the hours of 6 to 6 Monday through Friday. Number 5, load out of riprap remains limited to the hours of 6 to 6 Monday through Friday. Number 6, replace the tonal backup warning devices, that's the beep, beep, beep that you normally hear, with broadband backup warning devices. So the intent there, if you've heard the broadband ones, I think Amazon is using those on their trucks now. It kind of makes a loud scratching noise. It's,
people in the immediate vicinity can still hear it, you just don't hear it a quarter mile away. And then following implementation of those conditions, the noise monitoring would be performed by a qualified consultant funded by the applicant and selected by the county 3 months and 6 months from the commencement of nighttime operations, and shall occur while the processing plant crushers are in operation to confirm effectiveness with the mitigation measures and the applicable noise standards. And then condition number 46 gets a minor amendment to reflect the change in hours from 6 to 6 to 6 to 10. The project was reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee in July, and then in November, TAC reviewed the project for environmental impacts, prepared draft conditions of approval, and found no technical objection to the adoption of a subsequent mitigated negative declaration for the project, subject to the proposed conditions and approval mitigation measures that are in the staff report. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on December 12th for this item, and they adopted the subsequent MND as adequate for the project and approved the amended use permit to allow the extended operations from 6 to 6 Monday through Friday to 6 to 10 Monday through Friday. Of course, that was subsequently appealed to the board. So the board's action following the hearing would be, again, a decision on the adequacy of the proposed subsequent mitigated negative declaration, and then a decision on the project. And since it's a de novo hearing, you're not affirming or reversing the Planning Commission's decision. You're the decision maker. You can approve or deny the permit, or you can modify it as long as those modifications don't allow an entitlement any greater than what the Planning Commission approved. Be happy to answer.
When does this project come back for, review? And who does that review?
So in the amendment, there's a requirement to do a noise study at 3 months and 6 months after approval. There is an annual SMARA inspection, which makes sure that that's not a safety inspection, that's a reclamation inspection to make sure that the money that the operator has on file with the county and the Department of Conservation is adequate to reclaim the project in the event that they don't do so. And then there are triennial mitigation reports that are prepared by a third party and submitted to the county. And we've had, I think, 3 of those since this new use permit was issued in 2013. And all of those have found them in substantial compliance with the conditions that are currently in place.
So that's just like a cursory review by staff every 3 years?
Yes.
By staff or by an outside?
Well, by an outside consultant, then staff reviews that work, yes.
The backup.
Those would be done at 3 months and 6 months after this. If you issue this use permit, that would be done 3 to 6 months after issuance of the permit.
And then the sound, and then it would be part of a triennial, or?
It would become part of the triennial review, but they would, I mean, those, from a practical standpoint, should remain in place all the time because it's difficult to, they're not going to put them up at 6 o'clock, just to have them in place from 6 to 10. It's not practical to do that.
During, emergency conditions, when they get emergency approval to operate outside of their normal operating hours, they can load out the riprap or anything else during that time, correct?
Correct. And the way we've processed those in the past is that request goes directly to the board chair, but staff is also copied, so in the event the board chair is not available, we can get a hold of the vice chair and let you review it. But yes, they're allowed to operate outside of those hours in emergency situations.
How many approvals like that did they get in the last year? Probably 2?
I think we had 4 over the last winter because of the significant rains, and then there weren't very many. And if you go back to the winter, I think it was 16, 17, or 17, 18, we had a few that season also.
Okay.
Yeah, and how long's the duration of those? It wasn't too long, was it?
They're usually requested for like a 2-week period, sometimes just for a single weekend. I believe the board acted last December or January to let them operate for like 4 to 6 weeks that way, so that they wouldn't have to keep coming back every week, or excuse me, every 2 weeks, every time the board met to extend that privilege.
And those, I guess those acoustical curtains, if they don't meet the noise requirements, like just as far as maintenance, it's something I'd think they'd maintain them, but is there any provision there they will maintain them?
They have to maintain them so that noise limitations at the property line are consistent with the county noise standards.
Yeah, I think right now they meet those standards, don't they, at the property line?
Based on the acoustical study that was done in advance of this requested use permit, yes.
I think there should be something there to where they will have those curtains and maintain them. If they get to some longer operating hours, that should be a condition where they put them on and maintain them, whether the levels are at the property line. I'd like to see something like that, because if they do get some longer operating hours, I mean, I'd hate to have them say, hey, we're still meeting the noise standards of the property line, and maybe, you know, we put the curtains up, they fell in disrepair, and we're out of here. I think that the curtains could probably be very helpful for nearby neighbors, because I think a number of the board members went down, looked at the plant, and just looked at. I went down there, and first I thought it was conveyors, but it was probably those cone crushers are pretty noisy. And if you could put curtains around them, it'd probably help people in the area as far as noise. I think that's probably pretty critical that, you know, that's not just offered and then taken away at some point in time.
The condition number 44A that addresses that, we can expand that language to it, that, you know, say that it's ongoing during all operating hours, emergency or otherwise.
Okay.
And Chuck, that triennial, because there's a lot of promises being made, as Brian said, could we do like a 2-year, the first go around? Can we drop that, or is it, we can make it more stringent, but not less?
Right, yes, you can.
So we could make it 2 years if we wanted.
I think you could if you wanted to do a 2-year follow-up in addition to the 3 and 6 months follow-up, and then have that go back onto its regular schedule.
Then go 3 years, everything's fine.
Sure.
That, I'm speaking hypothetically, but if this project was approved, I had suggested when Supervisor Crew and I met with George Reed representatives that we do a review of the project at that 2 years and have a public hearing to, just like this. Basically, they would get a 2-year review and come back and review the project again. That, I would take it that was not accepted by the proponent.
That hasn't been discussed with staff, but that's certainly something you can add to the conditions if you choose to.
That's where I was heading from, the triennial, to make it 2 years to accomplish.
I'm talking more intensive than just the triennial annual review. I'm talking actually another full-blown hearing to hear from the public again, to assess it much like we're assessing it today. Is it working or is it not working?
So based what you're saying, Richard, it'd be a trial basis. They could do it for 2 years, and then you have a hearing. If there's major problems, maybe that that accommodation they've got to go to longer hours might be pulled back. Correct.
Yes.
I would like something like that myself. I think that'd be helpful. And maybe if they do it, and people might say, hey, you know, that's not as bad as you thought it was. Maybe George Reed put up the curtains and did some other activities out there that lowered that noise. You know, maybe that might work for people.
I'm just suggesting that right now. I'm not saying that's where it's going to end up, but
it's worth some thought.
I'm just saying that was suggested during the meeting.
You could certainly put a sunset on these additional conditions subject to review.
Okay.
You know, something else a person brought up to me is they mentioned something. I thought, well, you know, that's kind of true. I don't travel a lot down Highway 8 to Lockford, Clements, that area, but this person does quite a bit. And they said one problem they ran into is there's really no passing lanes. I mean, you can pass out there. It's pretty open going through those flats, kind of like between Clements and the plant. but there's really there's no passing lanes, and this person, it's kind of, if you get a real slow truck, it's kind of hard to get by them. Since they put the roundabout in, trucks slow down the roundabout, and then they go to take off, and you're behind. It really slows down the flow of traffic. And the thought was, and there's any way you could ever look at maybe some way, if some George Reed could put funding towards a passing lane or something along that line. You get into Caltrans and that whole thing, but it was something to be helpful probably, because you get more and more and more trucks. Now, maybe at some point Caltrans might step in and say, hey, we're going to do this. But probably, I think in time you're going to have more loaded trucks heading on 88 heading to Clements. And there's a lot of people trying to do the same thing, and loaded trucks can be slow.
There's quite a bit of area you can pass there, though, by the Martin Ranch and then up on the San Joaquin Amador County line. There's quite a bit of room there where you can pass. The problem is the amount of traffic coming in the other direction.
Yeah, everybody's going pretty fast out there, except for some of the trucks at times.
Well, it's not just the bottom dumps, it's the hay trucks and some of the other cargo carriers going over the hill too.
No, it is, but it all adds up at some point. It becomes, kind of tough. Any other questions? This time we'll open this meeting up to public comment.
You want to hear from the proponent?
Will. I'll take public comment, and then I'll hear from the proponents. Okay, George Reed, you're up.
Good morning.
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 I've met all of you several times, so I just wanted to first introduce myself anyway. For public record, my name is Tom Farrell. I work for George Reed. I'm their land use and permitting manager. I'd also like to thank Chuck Beatty's staff. You guys have an excellent staff here at the county. They've helped us tremendously getting this application through a very complicated process, so I'd like to thank them. And I'd also like to introduce my team. Excuse me. So, sitting here in the front row that'll be presenting to you today is Corey Turney. He's the operations manager in charge of George Reed. And then sitting to his left is Jordan Main. He works for Compass Land Groups. He's a land use consultant, and he's been helping us prepare these applications and things like that. And then because noise is such a big issue with this application, we asked Paul Bullard of Bullard Acoustical to come and help give a presentation. Noise is extremely hard to understand when you try to quantify it mathematically. So Paul's going to be here to help us out with that. So these people, they'll be giving you a presentation after I step off the stage. I was actually told to keep it brief.
Can I stop you just for a second? Do we need to divulge, should we divulge early on?
Yes, if the supervisors have met with either any out of hearing meetings or communications, whether you've had with the applicant or the opponents, you should divulge that and then the content of those discussions so that the other party has an opportunity to hear what.
Or if I start?
You can confess first.
Yeah, I've met with staff from George Reed discussing the project probably 2 or 3 times over the last couple of years, and how to mitigate the concerns. And I've also met with individuals from the opposition side. I think I talked to Ms. Lamberg yesterday. I've spoken to Bell about this, and probably short conversations with other people about it too.
Okay. I guess it's my turn to confess. I also met with George Reed and some of their staff, and took a tour of the quarry, and just looked at that and talked about some of the issues, some of the things they're trying to do to make it better. I also met with Mr. May and his wife Sharon, and went to their home and just talked about some of the issues they had with the quarry and some of their concerns, like the noise and they kind of felt that incrementalism just kept getting a little bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's one of the concerns they have, and dust. and I'm just talking in general about issues with Corey. And, I think that would be it.
I talked to Tom Farrell in my office individually about 6 months ago about just quarries in general, and then we had the staff come up, we had a meeting, I was in with Victor Forrester, and we discussed and looked at their plot map, and, they had a presentation, probably went on for an hour or so.
I've also, met with George Reed's staff a couple times, and I took a tour of the, plant on, January 8th, and, went through the complete place, plus also sat outside, Bill's driveway for an hour, and then I also sat up on Martin Road for about an hour, after the tour. Just sitting there. I was kind of afraid that the deputies were gonna come, that there's a strange truck sitting out there. But, the other thing is also a reference point to myself is I lived at Travis Air Force Base. Well, I lived on the base for 11 years and, 24 years at that base total. And I was 3,000 feet from the main runway. If you've ever heard a 135 take off with water injection, you know that you heard some noise. So that's my base on sound.
Okay. Well, this application has evolved significantly from the original application we submitted in 2021, actually. It's been quite some time. You know, initially we asked for 24 hours a day and we wanted to ship on Saturdays. That was kind of, you know, what we approached the board with initially. And, you know, in front of the TAC committee, initially it passed the TAC committee. And before I went to the planning commission, I met with all the board members again. And, and realized the board members gave me a very clear direction. They said, you have not met with your neighbors enough to move forward with this application. It was very clear the board felt we should meet with the neighbors. And so we paused the application, and then I started meeting with the neighbors. You know, I've met with most of them now. You know, the Smallies, which live on Jackson Valley Road near the Highway 88. We've communicated so many times I've lost count. Andy Borth, also a lot of communications with Andy Borth, 8 to 12 times, it's hard to tell. You know, I would just text him or see him, and I would stop and talk to him about the project. Ron Emmons also lives by him, so I talked to him quite a bit. Some formal meetings I had was I met with the Lamberts and the Mays at Matt Gibson's property. Of course, Matt Gibson was there for about 2.5 hours one day. We sat in a gazebo in his front yard. He's a gracious host. And we had a very cordial discussion about the original application. And then, you know, I've met, you know, off and on with Matt probably 2 other times, maybe less formally. But the real meeting that I thought was most effective was that the owners of our company, Jeff and Margaret Reed, met with Matt Gibson at his property. They're both wine enthusiasts. And so they had a dinner. They drank some wine together. It was a beautiful evening. Once again, I wasn't there. I believe they were outside and enjoying Matt's front yard. So after that meeting, Jeff Reed got a hold of me and Corey, and he said, I want you to do a detailed analysis of everything that's noisy at this property and propose mitigations. So Jeff Reed heard what Matt Gibson said and said to us, we got to figure out this noise thing. So then Corey and I hired Paul to come out again. And this time Paul, you know, he did a lot of survey work before where he was measuring noise levels on a sort of a bigger basis just from the plant. This time he measured specific pieces of equipment. He measured the crushers, he measured the screens. Not only that, but he measured activities. So he measured the noise that was made when a loader dropped a load of sand into the back of a truck. He also did the same measurement from when they dropped gravel in, riprap. He measured the shovels, things like that. And we also had the opportunity to have him measure a piece of equipment before and after we put sound mitigation on. So it was actually real-time data. So he went to this piece of equipment, it's a GP500, set up his meter. He did an initial reading of the GP500, and he'll be presenting this later. And then after we put the sound curtains on, he went back, he set his meter up at the exact same place and took the readings. And Paul will be discussing that a little bit later, but it was very effective. not only was it effective for the GP 500, we're proposing to install these barriers around all of the equipment at our plant, and that'll even have a bigger impact. So, you know, you have a impact for one piece of equipment. When you do all this noisy equipment, you're gonna have it's cumulative. So that'd be a positive thing. So Corey and I took a look at what Paul, you know, analyzed and told us about the site, and we proposed, you know, a lot of mitigations. This is not a carte blanche request to operate till 10 p.m. You know, you'll see when it's put up in front of you, Jordan Main's going to have a copy of the CUP condition put up in front of you. We are asking to operate from 6 to 10 with a lot of limitations. All right, we're just not asking to go like crazy till 10 p.m. at night. We proposed mitigations to be a barrier to sound. Two of the mitigations that we were going to ask for was put sound curtains around our noisy equipment. We're also not going to do surface work. We're not going to do any dozing or mining unless we have a bench face in front of the equipment that protects noise propagation toward the neighbors. Okay, so that, you know, that's a significant piece of mitigation. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to reduce some levels. We're going to put in backup alarms that are multi-frequency backup alarms. That noise attenuates out twice as fast as a tonal alarm, so that'll be a positive impact. And then some of the activities that we found were noisy, which is mainly like riprap production and riprap dumping into the back of a truck, we really couldn't propose a mitigation measure for those, so we dropped them out of the application, okay? 6 p.m. comes along, these noisier activities that we cannot propose a decent mitigation to stop us from impacting our neighbors, we're not going to do that activity. So, and the biggest concession we made is we didn't ask for 24 hours a day. We dropped it down to 10 p.m. to align with the county standards. So we're asking for 4 hours a day. We're asking for nothing on the weekends. So it's 4 hours a day on a weekday that we're asking to operate with some pretty significant limitations on what we can produce. Riprap's our biggest product. You know, we're not going to be doing anything with riprap, creating it and loading it out from 6 to 10 p.m. at night because it's noisy. So these are real impacts that are part of our application that, you know, we feel really will help the neighbors out. So it's not a carte blanche, let's go crazy till 10.
I don't want you to get caught in a lie unless you have an emergency project.
Yes, if we have an emergency project like we did last year, you know, where the state had a declaration of emergency, we came in and we got approval to work after our hours, you know, due to that. And that would remain unchanged. All right, you know, we anticipate we're going to have bad years in the future, and we're going to need to repair dikes and provide materials for infrastructure, roads that have washed out and things like that. And then we would approach you, get the same exemption to operate on an emergency basis as we have in the past. So anyway, I will turn this presentation over to people that are better at speaking at this kind of stuff than I am. Jordan Main, who's our land use consultant, will now get up and give you guys a presentation on the application. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Jordan Main. I'm a land use consultant, as Tom mentioned, and I've been helping George Reed on this project. It's been, I think, 2 or 3 years now. We've been working on it, and as Tom mentioned, revised significantly in response to the feedback we've received. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to walk through the elements of the project. We've heard quite a bit, so I don't want to double back on that ground. I'll try to go pretty quickly through that, but emphasize the project need. Why is this important to George Reed and the region? About George Reed and Jackson Valley Quarry. So what makes Jackson Valley Quarry kind of well positioned to support the county's needs with aggregate, and why is this important to the county? And then look at alignment with county policies, primarily the general plan. What does the general plan contemplate with respect to this harmony between noise producing sources and residential uses surrounding the site? And then touch on the environmental analysis that was done, expand on the discussion earlier. So next slide. So just to reiterate, the project in front of you is an additional 4 hours of operation per day. But that does not include adjustments to site preparation hours. Those tend to be louder activities because they're on the surface. They involve tree removal, sometimes scraper work, large equipment to prepare the surface for mining activities. No change to those hours. No change to the stringent blasting hours at the site that were set in the EIR. And very importantly, no change to the overall production totals. So with this additional 4 hours per day, we will be spreading out our approved production, the max, over more hours in a day. So no increase to the overall production that was already contemplated in the EIR. Next slide. As Tom mentioned, the project includes a number of limitations on the 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. hours. And these were developed, these were not kind of harebrained ideas. This was directly from Mr. Ballard's review and systematic review of the different activities at the site. So as Tom mentioned, I think the company was challenged to identify the primary noise generating activities and equipment at the site, and then to see if we could limit those during the 6 to 10. So with that, the activities that Paul identified, and he'll explain in some detail with his noise monitoring data, are mining at the greatest extents of the site until we're below grade, and then the louder equipment, the hydraulic rock breakers, and then load out of riprap, which tends to be noisier than smaller types of material being loaded out. So we're requesting no change in the hours of operation for the loudest activities that occur at the site. Slide. So about project need, why is this critical to the company? Why are they pursuing this? Gone through 3 years to be before you today. The primary reason is an ability to service regional construction projects that now routinely occur past 6 o'clock p.m. The work just simply doesn't stop at 6. So we've heard about the limited times. Supervisor Forster mentioned that emergency work has come before the board. There have been many job opportunities that the company has passed on, did not bid on. They didn't have an opportunity to bid on because the hours they're currently limited to. And so inevitably, that results in competition from primarily outside the area. There's large producers in Sacramento County, for example, that do not have the same limitations. They're able to supply work at longer distances than George Reed is limited to the hours they have. So that's a primary driver here. A second one, it's related, but not necessarily for the work that George Reed is conducting itself, an ability to supply its customers' demands. So like George Reed, George Reed supplies other construction companies, and they have a need for material past 6 o'clock p.m. And we found over time that there's been very unpredictable trucking availability on work, trucking shortage at times, and that limits ability to supply during a compressed time frame. There's often a need to spread trucks out over a longer period of time because we just don't have the number of trucks that can supply the same material in less time. So customer demands is a primary driver as well. Finally, I mentioned just this parity to achieve kind of a level playing field with other regional producers that have the ability to operate at night. George Reed's put at a disadvantage given its current permit limitations. Briefly about George Reed, I think most of you are aware of the company, but maybe not its background and kind of its breadth. It was established in 1944, so the company's been around a long time, approaching its 80-year anniversary. It's a local family-owned company based out of the Central Valley. Its parent company is the Reed family companies, and they employ over 700 employees. That includes 25 Amador County residents. And these are high-paying jobs for local residents, high-paying local blue-collar and often union jobs. And George Reed takes pride in its investment in the local community, so it's very active in a number of youth and charitable organizations. So why Jackson Valley Quarry? This line is sometimes overused, but certainly appropriate here that not all aggregate is created equal. There's very limited material sources, in particular in the region, that can supply and meet the stringent demands and specifications of the primary agencies that are conducting the work. So not only Caltrans, which is obviously a primary consumer, but Amador County Public Works, the Corps of Engineers, and Department of Water Resources. So we're gonna see that George Reed was a primary contributor to flood repairs after the large storm events in the last couple years. So this lends itself to being very critical to being able to serve local and regional construction projects. Many of them you're very familiar with, ranging from paving and grading work to storm damage repairs on local roads and highways, site developments for new subdivisions, and all the way up to riprap supply for repairs in the Delta levee. So one of the very few sources in the region that can supply this range of products and meet specification. Next slide, please. I mentioned the impact on customers. So George Reed self-performs quite a bit of work, being a material supplier and a contractor, but also supplies over 100 local customers. So looking at the distribution list of people who purchased material from the quarry in the last couple of years, the quarry was a key supplier of choice for 100 local businesses. And that means it's really an economic engine for Amador County businesses, not just George Reed. The proposal, given that it does impact others, we've received quite a few letters of support. I think you have a packet in front of you with over a dozen letters of support. It ranges from its customers, other contractors you'll see, vendors that rely on George Reed's business, and neighbors and local residents, others that live close to the quarry, and they express in different ways the importance of this project to them, not just to George Reed, and why it's important that they be considered for allowance of additional hours. This is a busy slide, but wanted to just take a minute to see what the general plan contemplates in this respect, in that George Reed has the highest mineral protection zone classification in the county's ordinance. That's the MRZ zoning district. And the county's policies that were adopted in connection with the most recent general plan, they don't indicate simply a tolerance of mines in the county. Instead, they indicate a desire that the county wants to protect and promote mining operations in the county. So touching on a few of these, there are policies and goals that not only seek to protect the site from encroaching development, but that promote projects just like this. So I'll read a few of them. A goal is to maintain the viability of mineral and aggregate resources and to encourage mineral and resource production. Ensure and encourage extraction and processing of aggregate resources. Promote the expansion and greater utilization of aggregate resources. Promote value-added processing of Amador County's minerals. And then guide development away from areas where aggregate extraction is occurring. So this expresses a real desire to promote projects such as this that can enhance production at known resource sites. With respect to noise, the general plan also identified and assessed a really delicate balance between noise-producing sources in the county and surrounding residential uses. This was looked at by the board, and not only were standards adopted, including one that specifies when nighttime operations start, that's at 10 o'clock p.m., but then also goes further than that. It states that the county intends to protect the continued viability of economically valuable activities that produce noise, including mining activities. So this balance of equities was looked at by the county in its assessment and then setup of the noise standards that George Reed meets. Next slide, please. Just briefly wanted to touch on the environmental review. So the project was looked at through a subsequent mitigated negative declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act that tiered off of the 2013 EIR that was adopted by this board and included a comprehensive project-specific noise analysis, an EIR level noise analysis, and all impacts were found to be less than significant. And what's critical, I think, to understand is that the original project proposed 24 hours per day, including past 10 o'clock at night, the nighttime hours. The mitigations that were identified for nighttime hours, we adopted and kept, despite the proposal being shifted to now just daytime hours. So I'll let Paul kind of walk us through the noise analysis and then also the mitigations.
Thank you, Jordan. Good morning, Supervisors. For the record, my name is Paul Ballard. I'm the owner of Ballard Acoustical Consultants, and our office is in Auburn, California. Just by way of a very brief background, for 35 years since getting my mechanical engineering degree, I've had one job, and that has been working as a noise consultant. And we've done thousands of noise studies and hundreds for the aggregate industry. George Reed contacted us and asked us to assist them with this project and determining where the noise is coming from and how they can reduce it. And I think what you've already seen, we didn't hold back in that charge. It's very clear that you're all familiar with the site, familiar with the noise analyses from the comments I've received. So I'm going to briefly walk through that. If you have any questions, of course, I'd be happy to entertain those at the end of our presentation. We know noise is a very serious concern, not only for the neighbors, not only for this board, for the applicant as well, and for us. We take great pride in what we do, and we want to make sure we get it right. So with that, when we were asked to analyze this project, we started with, where is the project? And as you can see here, the processing area is where the crushers and the screens are located, where most of the loadout occurs is in blue. The mine site, the ultimate mine site is in yellow. The current property boundary is in red. And it should be noted that there's another, 1,300 feet approximately to the east of the red line that is owned by George Reed that is not proposed for mining. So there's this buffer. If we go to the next slide, you can see the yellow line along the east, and then there's sort of that 1,300-foot buffer that you can see before you get to the nearest residences. So after we knew where the noise sources were located on the site, we said, where are the nearest sensitive receptors? And we identified 17 such receptors. One of those, number 9, is a winery. It's not actually a residence, but the other 16 are residences. We know that there are more distant residences, particularly residences along Martin Lane, which is about another 1,000 to 1,300 feet further to the east, and significantly shielded from the project site by intervening topography. So step 2 was to identify where the potential impacts would occur. If we can go to the next slide. So we followed that with an extensive ambient noise survey to see what noise levels were like in the community prior to the project. We quantified those levels at 6 locations surrounding the site, A, to confirm they're in full compliance with their current use permit, which they are, and B, to project those levels to the nearest residences to find out what kind of noise exposure they currently experience. As Tom alluded to earlier, we also did an extensive survey of everything that generates noise on the site, down to the individual crushers, screen decks, conveyors, loaders, pneumatic rock breakers, you name it. And all of that information was input to a state-of-the-art 3-dimensional sound propagation model, which takes into account atmospheric conditions, topography, the locations of the sources, the locations of the receivers, in order to accurately determine what kind of noise exposure people would experience. And so let's go to the next slide, please. This is just a photograph showing us placing some of the sound level meters at the perimeter. We can skip past that one pretty quickly. Here's a photograph of us conducting noise measurements on the plant site in the vicinity of the nearest, in the immediate vicinity of the processing equipment. The upper right-hand photograph is particularly important because that's the crusher that Tom alluded to earlier. If we go to the next slide, that's the same crusher with the Acoustifence material positioned around it that they're proposing to put around every crusher and around each screen deck. And the crushers and screen decks are undeniably the loudest components of the project processing. So you can see that we quantified the noise reduction that was provided, and it was substantial, and it will only improve as more of the pieces of equipment are enclosed. We can go to the next slide. So, and I realize I'm going through this very quickly, but the components were basically consisted of extensive ambient surveys, comprehensive monitoring of noise of all of the project components, evaluation using the 3D prediction model, including ground cover, topography, atmospheric conditions, and then we also did a thorough analysis of off-site traffic noise, including project trucks. And we can go to my final slide. The conclusions were that the project is fully compliant with all the applicable noise standards of the current Amador County General Plan. It's also fully compliant with the use permit noise standards. It satisfies all of CEQA's standards. And what's, I think, most telling about George Reed's commitment to this, and we don't champion projects and we don't oppose projects, we just analyze projects, was their commitment to including noise mitigation that's technically not needed. They're fully compliant today, up to 10 p.m. But they're proposing all of these additional mitigation measures to further reduce the overall noise emissions of the plant, even though technically it's not required for compliance. So they're including this mitigation, the swapping out of the backup beepers, the limitations on load out of riprap, what have you, the enclosing of the screen decks and the crushers, all of those things. So that is going to have a net positive benefit, not just during these extra 4 hours, but all day long when they're operating, because that'll bring down the noise of the crushers and the screen decks and all of the other site equipment. So I know that was a whirlwind tour through the noise study, but you already have a lot of familiarity with it. I'll be available to answer any questions you may have after the public hearing or public comment period.
Well, I have a couple questions for you, if Sheriff, or if I ask him now. When were the tests done? Over the course of a full day, 5 hours, 6 hours?
So we began work on the project about 3 years ago, and we've been doing more refined monitoring over that entire period. When we did the initial ambient monitoring, we monitored for a week straight, 24 hours a day. So we included evening hours, we included nighttime hours, so 6 meters times 24 hours per day times 7 days. We monitored the on-site plant equipment for whatever duration was necessary. A shorter duration is really all that's required because they tend to generate a fairly steady state noise level. But we've been to the site, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 times doing noise monitoring over different periods, progressively drilling down, for lack of a better term, deeper and deeper into where the noise is coming from and how best to treat it.
And secondly, the crushers in the screen deck you said are probably the loudest. How does that compare to loading out just a smaller size rock?
So the loadout of the smaller rock, and as Tom mentioned, we went from the smallest pea gravel all the way up through the cobble. There was a substantial difference in noise as you got to the larger and larger materials. It's the rock hitting the empty metal trailer that is, the loudest, the first dump. The second dump is rock landing on rock, so naturally, and the trailer is already dampened a little bit. But I could dig that number out, but I want to say the difference in the smaller gravel versus the cobble was in excess of 10 to 15 decibels.
Riprap?
The riprap. Yeah.
But how does that first hit with the smaller rock compare to the crushers in the screen deck?
That's actually quieter with the smaller rock. The louder rock is actually louder in terms of that maximum instantaneous noise level. And that's why we recommended that they not include those operations in the extended hours. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Have anybody else from George Reed?
I think we have one last slide.
Okay.
Just to summarize, and I'll go quickly. So we discussed JVQ, the quarry being a cornerstone business for Amador County. It's important to George Reed and other businesses that rely on the quarry aggregate. Construction demands now frequently require the ability to operate past 6 p.m. They don't stop at 6. This project's critical to providing ongoing employment and tax benefits to the county so that George Reed can continue to be the supplier of choice on these projects. We submitted evidence of a broad range of support from not only customers and vendors, but also local residents that have a good relationship with the quarry and have found it to be a good neighbor. The project was significantly refined in response to neighbor outreach and input. So we've been at it for multiple years and really attempted to find a balance between what the company needs, continue to compete, and what the neighbors were saying. The impacts have been extensively analyzed and will meet all use permit, county, and CEQA noise standards. We've talked quite a bit about the voluntary mitigations that were incorporated as a good neighbor effort, and the project had gained unanimous approval from the County TAC and Planning Commission. That concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you. And no questions here?
Let's hear from public.
I guess one question I would ask, Tom, you could probably answer this the best, but as far as the tax revenue, the product is actually hauled out, and where it's taken to, they get the tax revenue benefits. So if they go to San Joaquin County, wouldn't they get the tax revenue benefits?
The tax revenue, the sales tax revenue is, you know, it's
Point of sale, wherever it is.
yeah, it's a point of sale. So if it's sold from our quarry into an area of Amador County, the tax revenue stays in Amador County. If it goes to another site, it goes to that county. So, and you know, this is a ongoing question with, go ahead. Do you want to?
I believe, the tax revenue is always coming to Amador County unless it's being sold to someone who has a resale license, which at that point, the tax gets collected at another point of transaction.
Yeah, at the point of sale.
With a resale license, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're selling retail in Amador County, the tax base, the funds would stay here. If you're doing like a wholesale outside the county, then it would go to that count wherever it's sold.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think the sales tax down there is pretty substantial. That comes from the George Reed's operation. This time, any members of the public like to comment?
Bill May, 4121 Jackson Valley Road.
And I believe you're the appellant too also, right? No.
Yes. First of all, let's get some reality into the Reed comments. They never intended to run 24 hours a day. Never. It was a smokescreen. All it was intended to do is look like we can be good neighbors, because we listened to the neighbors and we decided that we didn't want to operate 24 hours. It's bunk. They know it's bunk. The competitors they identified didn't exist. They said it was Newsom Ridge. Even the planning director says, nah, not really. Haven't broken ground. It could be who knows how long before they would actually be a competitor. The employees who supposedly live in Amador County don't think that's true. We tried to find out, and Tom Farrell wouldn't give us the information. We weren't asking for specific addresses.
I did ask him that question. I think I talked to, I believe it was Corey Turney, and I think it was, he said he thought about 13 of the employees are residents of Amador County.
They just said on the screen that it was 25.
For the company. This is for the quarry.
Total.
Okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't give us, we weren't asking for, you know, do you live at 4121? Well, all we said is, do they really live in Amador County, or do they live somewhere else? And now's probably also, we need to make a point that we don't have any quarrel at all with those employees. I think they're great. They get good paying jobs, wages, benefits, and I think that's terrific. Our quarrel is not with them at all. It's with senior management at George Reed.
Okay.
they keep talking about that buffer zone. That buffer zone, what does it buff us from? It sure as heck doesn't prevent all the noise and the blasting and all this that we get every time they blast or every time they run that equipment. So the buffer, what does that mean? It sure doesn't mean what people think a buffer means. The 7 form letters of support, I agree they got them. I don't know under what circumstances they got them. What did they say to those neighbors? And more importantly, what incentives might they have offered to those neighbors? So, back to the noise level. Matt Gibson, with your permission, is going to play something for you that we played for the Planning Commission, who promptly just ignored what he had presented. So I'm going to ask Matt to come forward and with your permission, let you hear what noise is like.
Sure, that'd be fine.
And I forgot to say, Bill, when I was divulging who I met with, that I did meet with you and Matt at Matt's house for about an hour or so.
I guess just one last thing. We're totally opposed, and we hope you turn it down. But even if you came up with some kind of a compromise, we'd like it to include some information about why Reeds should make donations into the county road fund. Seems to me they've gotten well over $1 million from the county for paving and patching and repairing and something like that. So why don't they kick back as a part of whatever approval you give them, some of the money into the road fund, because Lord knows we really need it, and Lord knows we've got a 0.5-cent sales tax coming along, and if it doesn't pass, our roads are really going to be in bad shape. So thank you, and Matt.
I would
thank
ask
you, Bill.
council on that. That would be totally voluntary on Reed's part, though, wouldn't it?
Since this application doesn't involve any increased trucking or trips or anything like that, I don't think the county has the ability to condition.
I wasn't asking that occur. I was saying if they want to be a good neighbor, why don't they voluntarily do it?
Actually, I will say I've heard that from a number of people, that same thought process. It's kind of like it'd be nice to have something going towards roads, and so I hear you, Bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for holding this hearing. Good to see some of you. Good to meet some of you. Tom, good to see you again. And he's right, Jeff and Margaret. First of all, my name is Matt Gibson. I live at 6110 Martin Lane with my wife. We've lived there 17 going on 18 years now. Things sort of travel quick. And Tom, the meeting we had with Jeff and Margaret was great. Talked about life, wine. We disagreed on the quarry, but we're amicable. Nice people. I have no problem with the Reeds or Tom or anyone else. I think I need to explain a little bit of history before I explain the recording I have here. So when we came to Jackson Valley, it was quiet. We had no problem with the quarry. It was a very tiny little thing. And then suddenly, around 7 or 8 years ago, the noise started. And if you look at the map they put up, that red line was where the sound buffer map was. We're not even on that. We're a half a mile beyond that map. And suddenly the noise started coming every day, little bit by little bit. And about every 6 months, it gets louder. And so back in December, I decided I was working in the back behind the house, behind probably 100 oak trees, and it's just banging away. So I just made this recording on my phone, because sometimes it's good to read about it, but it's good to actually hear what other people are hearing. So, turn this on.
Where were you when you made this recording? At your
The very back of my property. So the house at Martin Lane, were probably 500 yards back from Martin Lane, sort of thing.
Every morning, sounds of rock crushing, noises, trucks. And we're told, don't believe your lying ears. None of that was there, gosh, 2 or 3 years ago. Everything from beeping trucks to rock crushing. Welcome to the quarry.
On every day.
No question on that, Mr. Gibson. You know, I've been out there and listened along the road, different places. I didn't hear noise quite like that. I know sound changes, I get that. Was that when they were building some of the berms like around the quarry?
I have no idea because we can't even see it. It's just random noise that comes up every now and then. I know when we sleep on the second story, and the sound in the second story is even worse. So the higher you are, I think it does get worse.
Because yeah, I probably would. It seemed logical, but I did notice that they built some berms down there where they could basically kind of trying to shield the quarry. Because what it is, they're working the quarry 5 days a week, 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of noise in the quarry, and they built dirt berms out past the quarry, and I could see where you'd probably get a lot more noise when they're building those berms.
But you hear the sounds of the rock hitting the bed, you hear the sounds of the trucks revving, you hear the crushing of the rocks. And then for me, my understanding of this is, I'm like, why did this all suddenly start? And for me, at least my opinion is, there was a whole mountain facing Jackson Valley Road. Once they tore that mountain down, it basically became this giant amphitheater. And that's when the sound started to come out. And so I was going, okay, I'm hearing this virtually every day. The last 3 weeks have been pretty quiet, actually, so thank you. And why? Because if I look at the sound report, I should hear none of this. And so when I did look at the sound report, I came up with 2 reasons. I'm sort of an attorney by trade, so I'm curious. And in their own report, on page 14, they quote, "It is noted that continuous noise monitoring was not conducted at each of the 17 sensitive receptors evaluated in the study." So they didn't use all the receptors. However, the data collected at each site was used to project ambient conditions at the nearest receptors to each monitoring site. Project. I call that guessing. It could be an educated guess, but it's still guessing, but it's no denying what you're hearing here. And the second reason, at least I think this is happening, is this report was done in 2020. In 2020, the quarry was this tiny thing. It's 2024. The footprint of the quarry has increased so much right now. This report, at least in my opinion, doesn't really reflect the noise coming from that facility right now. The footprint is much larger, and once they expanded that footprint, that's when we began to hear all this noise and this sound. And you know, you can make an argument, oh, this is a nuisance now. I bought a little decimal meter, and sometimes it goes to 40, sometimes it goes to 50. But I think the main point, and I want to talk about what you proposed, well, quasi-proposed a while ago, a 2-year revisit. I'd be open to that. But I think it misses the point. The point is right now, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., we are inundated with noise that was not there before. We didn't come to the nuisance, they created it. Now they want to go to 10? That means every day during the week, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to hear the quarry. I'm going to go to bed, I'm going to hear the quarry. I'm not going to have any peace and quiet to relax, to unwind from work, to do this and that. And the 4 hours for them might be small. For us, this 4 hours is absolutely huge. It gives us peace and quiet to enjoy our property. And if it goes to 10, they've destroyed a very major part of why we moved into Amador County. So with that, you know, please consider all this. Thank you very much for this hearing and all that, and God bless you all, and I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. One question, Mr. Gibson.
Yeah.
Did you speak at the, when they were having their use permit enlarged back in 2013?
No, I did not, no.
Okay.
I didn't care, didn't hear, and that's me bad. It's like the quarry was not an issue then. Right now, it is a major issue.
I'm just kind of curious on that, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You think, Mr. Gibson, the 44A, the noise mitigations, obviously some of those have not been installed yet. Do you think that may satisfy some of the issues?
It could. You know, we're guessing, and they're right. Sound is a hard thing to track down. But even if it's at 40, to have this go from 6 to 10, that unto itself, at least in my opinion, it's a nuisance upon us, what's happening right now. So why are we going to allow them to go another 4 hours to continue that activity? It doesn't make sense to me. And just one last point, it seems that from up until 2013 and 2013 to now, there's been a lot of decisions that have been made. And most of the decisions seem to be going towards George Reed. I think it's time, and I think they brought it up, the whole equitable argument. It's time to include a little equity in this. the equity needs to balance a little bit towards the residents now. That 4 hours, you're destroying their peace and quiet and why they live out there. So I urge you at least to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, make it kind of quick, because
It
we'd
will-
like to hear from everybody.
It will be pretty quick. When we responded to the staff agenda report, they're finding G4. Let me read this to you. The finding, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use applied for will not, under circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use, or be detrimental or injurious in the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the county. Now, how could the four of you sit there and say that, in fact, that's completely wrong? Approval of the recommendation by the board will have a significant negative impact on our quality of life and home and property values. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Janine Smalley, Hatton Peck, and my family has lived across from the quarry since 1969. You should have my family's letter of support in your packet, but I also wanted to speak in person, so thank you, and I promise I'll keep it brief. As I stated, my family has lived at the corner of Jackson Valley Road and Highway 88 since 1969 for 55 years. I grew up, to the best of my memory, the quarry always in operation, and I know it's had different owners, but we've always had the quarry in operation. When my mom passed away a couple of years ago, excuse me, our family home and property became mine and my sister's. I've been there managing the home and the property ever since, and my husband and I are planning to move there very soon. For my family, the ongoing operations of the quarry with the proposed hours has no negative impact to our decision to move back home. Over the years, we've become accustomed to the daily activities and the sounds of the quarry operations, probably much like an airport. We appreciate that the quarry is family-owned. I had the opportunity to meet with George Reed's staff when my mom was still here. And after she passed, my sister and my husband and I began meeting with the company representatives. We have found the representatives to be very accessible to us and have been very respectful and responsive to our questions and issues that we've posed to them. We do feel the company has been a good neighbor to us, and we have no reason to oppose their operation. So we are in support, and again, I thank you for your time today.
And
one question before you leave. Have you ever had any conversations with Mr. Borth next door, either Norm when he was able to, or Andy?
With Andy, yes.
I know Andy's got some various issues, but I thought it was reasonable to put some kind of a wall or something to block the noise around the house, but then he asked for that wall to extend the length of the property, which seemed a little too much to ask in the situation. So in your conversations with them, is he just flat out against it?
You know, I haven't spoken to Andy for a month or so now, and I don't really know what his conversations were. I think he's kind of gone back and forth as well, and for us, any mitigation of noise would be helpful. But again, we're very accustomed to the quarry being in operation, so.
Yeah, and you're probably what, maybe 3/4 of a mile from the quarry or less?
No, not that far.
Yeah, I think it's probably 1/4 of a mile.
Right on.
I don't mean from the property, I mean the actual quarry site.
Not that far.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Not that
it's,
far, okay.
yeah. Right, we can, yeah,
Okay.
we've seen it over the years and the blasting and the rocks and, like I said, we've always had that in from when I was small, remembering that, so,
Okay, well, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sharon May, 4121 Jackson Valley. Something that hasn't been touched on is compliance. In the report to the Planning Commission and the TAC, they said that compliance was, what was the word, substantially complied? And what does that mean? Seems to me they would have to 100% comply, not just substantially comply. And if they get these extended hours, I would definitely like to see 100%. That's it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jill Curran, 1,000 Cook Road. I own about 5 miles as the crow flies from the quarry. One question I have, there's another rock plant that's in Ione right now in operation. What are the hours of operation of that? Do you know? Hi, SGI.
SGI. I would have to go back and look at the use permit hours for SGI. It may not have, limitations on the hours of operation. It's not vested, so it can't be a 24-hour operation. But I'd have to look at the use permit. I can get those in 5 minutes if you want them.
I'm curious and didn't mean to...
Vulcan, you might want to have them speak on Vulcan too, what their approvals are. They're not in operation now.
They haven't even broke ground, correct?
That's correct. That's Newman Ridge,
Vulcan.
which was acquired by Vulcan from Amador Ranch Associates.
Okay.
That was the original operator of record. It has no limitation on hours of operation. It's a 24/7 operation.
But I think they have, 5 million ton a year, I think?
It has a limitation on 5 million tons a year, and only 250,000 tons can go out by truck. The rest has to be railed out.
Yeah.
Well, that's a specialty mine, isn't it?
It's an aggregate.
SGI is.
SGI is more specialized, yes. And Newman Ridge is immediately southeast of SGI's operation.
Brian, is that what you were talking about, that SGI is the one that has only 250 ton can go out by truck?
No, that'd be Newman Ridge or i.e. Vulcan.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I didn't mean to stump you on that, but I'm just wondering because if these hours that you're considering granting to George Reed go until 10 o'clock on Monday through Friday, is it setting a precedent?
No, I think actually, I could be wrong, and maybe Chuck could look this up at some point. I think Vulcan might be able to operate 24/7, maybe, or close to it. They have a lot longer hours.
And they haven't even broken ground yet, so.
Well, they're driven by economics. That's why they're not moving right now. They said when the economy takes off, we'll take off.
Are there very many residents around that site?
They kind of have the same kind of wall there, where if they operate on the other side, it would be those on Dusky Road.
Okay. So that was my thought, was that maybe.
I've looked at that, Jill, on like a map application. I'd say the residences over around the Vulcan site are probably fewer, and they're farther away. At least that appeared to me. I didn't measure them all, but just looking at them you know,
Well, Dutchkey Road would be the most impacted for that one, correct?
If they could,
yeah.
if they could hear the noise. Yeah.
And there's just cow ground on the other side of that, so. Anyway, if you were willing to grant them the, till 10 o'clock Monday through Friday, I was just wondering if it was setting a precedent, so. What constitutes a round trip at Jackson Valley Quarry? Is it a truck coming in, loading, and leaving? Is that a trip, or is it a truck coming in, loading, leaving, and coming back to reload?
Traffic engineers will count a truck coming in and then leaving as 2 trips. One in, one out. Just for the record, Jackson Valley Quarry doesn't have limitations on truck trips. It has limitations on production rather than the number of trips in and out.
I had thought they were allowed 67 trips a day. Is that not correct?
That's not in their conditions of
I
approval.
remember seeing that.
That's not it? No? Okay,
Probably
thank
more
you.
driven by the amount of material.
Sure. I don't know where I got 67 from, but, and I thought I heard it in the last
Number.
hearing. It's a great number. The last hearing that we had, I thought that came up. So it's hard for me to imagine that increasing their hours isn't gonna increase their trucks getting loaded through the day. I'd heard at the last meeting that that wasn't gonna be the case, but it doesn't really make sense to me. I've been in the trucking business myself. I understand how it works, and so I was wondering, one, what a round trip is considered, and also the amount of trucks that they were able to load a day. I have
There's
huge-
no limit on the, like you said, the trucks. It's the amount of, I think they're taking out around, I would guess about 1 million ton a year right now. And I think they can go to about 2 million ton a year at, was it 2017 or something like that?
Mhm. Well, the safety of the roads down there is my biggest concern. We are at that intersection a lot, Lower Jackson Valley Road and 88. And having knowledge of trucks that weigh 80,000 pounds and how long it takes to get them going down the road, there really needs to be some improvements down there. And I don't know if that's in the works, but, you know, trucks that are loaded heading towards Lockford do not get up to full speed until they are at about the Applegate entrance, which is down around the double bridges and heading out. You have so much traffic on 88, and a lot of people use it to go up to the mountains, and they're not really familiar with how dangerous Highway 88 can be unless they're driving it every day. So, one, I think you should have lit signs in some capacity that say trucks are entering the highway above and below that intersection. I think that would be a good safety measure. Also, those trucks do come out of there loaded. When they're headed towards Lockford or go in that direction, they try to pull over in the, call it the bicycle lane, but there is kind of a safety zone there that they're trying to give those trucks the ability, as loaded, to get out onto 88 and then be easing down as the traffic's flowing by them, going the same direction. But that's not a very long lane that's there. By the time you get to Greg's driveway, they're out of room. A lot of people lately have been coming down past Greenstone to that intersection and using the middle area of that highway to pass, which is gonna be fatal. I mean, that's happening, and I know, you know, that's just be nice if that wasn't the case, but those are probably people that don't live here. They're just trying to get around all the slow traffic. They're just trying to get by all the cars. And a lot of times they will use that turn lane approaching Lower Jackson Valley Road 88, the turn lane that those trucks can use to get in there. People are using that as a passing lane. It's very dangerous. So I would like to see some kind of signage down there that just lets people know, hey, trucks are coming.
I-
Also, when
I'd
they
have to
go
go
around,
back and refer to it, but Chuck could probably speak to this better. When I went through the documents here, it did say they have to make contributions for intersection improvements at Jackson Valley and 88 at Clements, down when you hit Clements at Highway 12 and 88, and I think they have to make, some signage contributions too.
mhm,
I imagine George Reed will probably speak to that, but when I was talking to him, I think they built a new fence down there for,
yes,
one of the
they did.
neighbors, and I think they acquired some land to try and make, a deacceleration lane coming from like Clements pulling into the plant. And he says there's one of the landowners there they hadn't reached an agreement with, and they're trying to see if Caltrans let them shorten up that distance to still make that deacceleration lane for trucks to get off Highway 88.
Uh-huh.
So they are working on that.
Is there plans to put a roundabout in that intersection? Oh,
Not
at
that I know
some
of.
point when they reach higher material output? No.
I haven't heard nothing like that.
Okay. My last question is, if the curtains that are used for the sound mitigation aren't adequate, what is the next step after that?
That is probably a good question. I know the board should talk here a little bit about maybe wanting a second bite at that apple. And that may be where, maybe if that's part of what we come up with, maybe in that time frame where we look at it again, if it's not adequate, maybe then you can take measures from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Curran, 1,000 Cook Road. I have a question on production, and I asked it at the Planning Commission meeting, and maybe I didn't frame it properly. As of right now, their permit allows them to produce 1 million tons a year.
1.6 million, I think.
There was a graduated approval or graduated production limit. So for the first 6 years after the 2013 increase, it was 1.2 million tons per year. Then from year 7 through 12, which is where we are now, 2020 to 2025, that would have been 1.6 million tons per year. And after that, 2 million tons per year.
Okay, so my question is, and I'm not trying to find out what kind of revenue they produce. I'm just more interested with production. Do you know where they are now per year in production?
I know that they're not exceeding the limitations of the use permit, but I can't tell you what the production numbers are. They can, I can't.
Right, okay, so it's considered preparatory, I guess.
Right.
But for a citizen or your supervisor sitting there, if they're allowed to produce 1.2 million tons a year, and if they're producing 800,000, there's a lot of additional production that can take place, which means a lot more truck traffic. And as a citizen, I would think we could have an answer to that question. I might not be as concerned. If I know they're right at their 1.2, I might say, well, the truck traffic's probably not gonna get any worse. But if they're at 700 or 800,000 right now, there's a bunch of room on the upside. So my question is, do the supervisors have that information?
The county has it. We don't readily make it available to the supervisors, but they're privy to it if they ask for it. We just can't, because it's proprietary information, we can't publicly.
Yeah, I mean, we can, exactly. We may have access to that information, but I don't believe we can give it out publicly.
Not without their permission.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to give it out. I just wondered if you know what that number is.
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And why it's important to me is 2013, when they started this agreement, the traffic was a lot different at that time. Now we have a casino, the county's grown, Ione has grown a lot more, as we all know. So the traffic situation's a lot different. I think it would be very valuable information to know.
It's something, if you wanted, you could ask George Reed, and they could tell you if they want or not tell you if they want. I mean, that's up to them.
Right. Oh, I understand that, and if that's totally up to them. My position as a board of supervisor, I would be very interested if that level of production is maybe 60% of what they're capable of. Just a point of mine.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Craig Baracco,
Morning.
Fidel Conservancy. The Conservancy has submitted a letter, in support of the appeal. We urge that the, board, approve the appeal and keep the existing hours of operation, at the Jackson Valley Quarry, as they remain. Just a couple of quick notes to recap from that letter. One's more of a procedural issue. As you've seen from all the comments and the presentation, this discussion entirely revolves around noise and the impacts of noise, our ability to mitigate those impacts. So much rests on the work of the sound consultant, his modeling, his measurements, the work of his team. The way the county arranges the process in which this sort of key document that we're all going, everyone's arguing over, it's going to set the terms of this entire debate. He works for the applicant. He works for George Reed. He's paid for by George Reed. He's part of George Reed's presentation of why you should approve the project. A better way to handle it, to ensure an objective result, something that can be more generally trusted, would be for such consultants to be directly employed by the county, that they work with the planning team, and the rest of county staff. The expense of it can be reimbursed by the applicant, but instead of having this key document be a product of just one side of this debate, that we have a more objective arrangement. This is sort of a note for the future. There will always be new projects, new disputes over their impacts, but if it's handled directly by the county, we can better ensure a more objective result. On a broader basis, the grand debate in Amador County, I think, as far as our economic future, lies between sort of our old-fashioned extractive industries, cutting down trees, digging up things in the ground, versus I think much more of what the Conservancy advocates for is an economy based on having Amador County be a good place to live, to work, to retire, a place that's attractive for recreation, for tourism, for visitation, and this is just one round of that endless debate between those two visions for the county. We have sort of an uneasy truce, depending on the area of the county, between those two visions. It's oftentimes your jobs as supervisors to navigate that, negotiate the balance between Amador County as a place to live or a place to produce. I think what's being proposed here is sort of a major violation of that truce, of that balance. Hours of operation well into the night, sort of breaking the line for conventional workday, keeping at a time when people need to rest and sleep, enjoy the quiet, is a line shouldn't be crossed. It sets a bad precedent, not just for quarries, but for all sort of loud industry that could potentially use this as an example. As we said before, we urge the board to grant the appeal and keep the existing hours of operation. Thank you for your time.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you're advocating for all road work to be done only during daylight hours then? All the freeway works, anywhere in Sacramento, any of that part of the operation?
No, actually,
Well, but you're pulling an operational capability from this company to provide that material to a night operation.
And the hours of operation of this particular quarry does not determine the hours of operation of
No, but it does then take
Sacramento?
from this quarry capability to supply that type of a night operation, to get that type of a night operation running, because that's one of the things that we at least as I commuted, I loved it to the fact that they were doing night operations. You know, we had a night operation here in Sutter Creek when Caltrans refurbished, the highway.
But we're not talking about instantaneously teleporting material. Something that can be produced by the quarry during daylight hours can be used.
But as they just said, there's a limitation on vehicles.
That's true.
So if you're doing a limitation on vehicles, you know, they're doing a round robin, you know, bringing that material to that site, you know, you have a limitation on that, bringing that material to that site, wherever that site is. I don't know anything, but, you know, what specific, road is being repaired or anything. You know, it all depends on the situation. That's just my thought on this.
And I guess the question is, in trying to strike a balance between the various interests involved, is it worth it, to have hours of operation that late at night?
That's $1 million question.
Yeah. And frankly,
really
that's
is.
why, you know,
it's not setting a
the
precedent.
final answer is reserved for those of you who collected, 50% plus one of the vote. But, we at least, in this case, the Conservancy urges, the course of action that we have, and, not to say that any, one side is, perfect or has, you know.
I understand, you know, but that's the biggest thing, is we have to find a balance. There is an operational balance too. You know, it's like, for myself, I see this town going in around Travis Air Force Base as a very scary thing, you know, because I've watched, if anybody's flown out of Orange County Airport, you know, you go vertical for the first, you know, 2 or 3 miles as you're getting out of there, and then you level out and shut the engines down. That's a fun ride. That's your roller coaster ride of jet aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so as I look at Travis, I'm like, are they gonna have to do the same thing? You know, max power takeoff and then throttle it all back down, you know, which you have an engine failure with a fully loaded aircraft, where's that aircraft going? So these are all part of the concept that I look at too.
I would just say that the quarry has operated successfully with its existing hours of operation. It doesn't, this is not a mission critical, it's bonus, for them to be able to operate late into the night, at a fairly severe detriment to the surrounding residents and the increased noise at a much more critical time. I mean, the quarry operation noise at 9 p.m. is much worse than the same amount of noise at 12 noon, right? I'm a night owl myself, I stay up late, but most don't. And, the noise when you're trying to sleep is much worse than, noise during the day.
Well, believe me, as I said, I'm, military.
Yeah.
I have worked all 3 shifts.
Indeed.
And I was maintenance, so I know a lawnmower next to me, my neighbor's mowing his yard, was not fun, but it was something I had to deal with. So I understand that there's an inconvenience. Believe me, I understand that.
One thing I'd like to also comment on, Bracco, is it's not setting a precedent. I mean, it's like SGI, I mean, many times I'm driving back from Sacramento, they're operating late in the night. Both gone now. I wish they were there. We used to have a lumber mill in Ampine. I think they operated pretty much darn near 24/7 a lot of times. I mean, that's...
When this isn't the first round of additions and changes for this quarry. When it first went in, it was about half the size, square footage.
No, it went in, I want to say back in the probably 50s maybe, or a long time ago, and it's got a little bigger, and it's gotten bigger. It has gotten bigger, and that's something Mr. and Mrs. May brought up, was, they're kind of concerned about incrementalism, which I understand that.
We noted that in our letter as well. When the permit was reviewed and approved in 2007 and 2013, having the 6 p.m. stop time seems perfectly reasonable, right? And a way to balance the interest of the quarry and the residents. So, just something to keep in mind that, had, the expanded hours of operation been proposed originally, had the original 2 million aggregate, production number, originally, that would have been a shocking number. That would have been a much bigger number for supervisors, for residents to swallow, so.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think one thing that has changed, and it is a fact, they are doing a lot of nighttime work. I mean, and that sometimes you don't always see things coming into life. I mean, who would have thought when I was a young man that you'd see people out work on the roads at nighttime? You say, that's silly. Who'd do that? Well, now, a lot of places, they kind of need to do that. I mean, you look at the traffic in the daytime, unless you built a big freeway right next to it, you're not working on it. So I understand your concern. I'm not unsympathetic to it, but it's kind of like it's a balancing act.
Indeed. Thank you for hearing me out.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi, Virginia Costa. I live at 4351 Jackson Valley Road. We've lived there for 50-plus years and have the property longer than that. The noise is our big issue. Since they've knocked down that one nice big hill that had all the beautiful rocks and the pine trees on top of it, it's been more of an impact to us than before. But I just wanted to go on record. Matt Gibson pretty much covered everything that I was going to talk about, but I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth, I guess. So I don't think they actually need to go to 10 o'clock at night. 6 o'clock is fine with me, and they need to address some other issues. Traffic is a big thing with the trucks coming off of Jackson Valley onto 88, and I have seen them use that turn lane to go to Jackson Valley, the lower Jackson Valley where the reservation is. I have seen trucks pull in there and wait until traffic goes, and then pull clear across and go over to Jackson Valley where the quarry is located. So it does make an impact for the traffic there, and there's a lot of traffic, and it's slow. Going from pulling out of there all the way down past Dwayne Martin's, and people do some crazy things when they get into a car and want to go skiing or to the casino or whatever. They want to get there as soon as they can, so.
Sometimes they're just going to the coffee shop.
That's true. But anyway, and in addition, the noise issue was done in 2013, and that quarry has quadrupled, I believe, in production since then. And there is a lot more noise than there was way back when. And the study they did was 2020, which is 3 years ago, and it's upped its noise since then. So,
Ms. Costa, I think the noise, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's pretty recent, the studies they did in noise down there. I mean, it's like within the last year or two, I think.
Extensive noise?
As far as their measurements and, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Maybe they could address that at some point.
Okay, well, all right, well, that was my input, so thank you. But I would not allow the 10 o'clock at night.
You know, I'd like to hear from George Reed this time, maybe address that noise if you could.
The latest study was?
Yeah, when the latest study was. And kind of what the study entailed in a nutshell.
Thank you for the opportunity. I was going to hopefully get a chance to come back up. As recently as 2 weeks ago, at the Planning Commission hearing, we did hear from Mr. Gibson, and we heard the recording. And frankly, I was a little bit surprised by that, given his proximity to the plant or lack thereof. And so we discussed it with George Reed. They actually said, Paul, we want you to go out to Martin Lane and actually do some recordings, record the sound out there. Are we missing something here? And I would like the opportunity right now. That was what we were working on, but just take a minute to show those recordings and the levels that we measured with the plant in full operation. So if it's acceptable to you, hopefully we'll just take a minute to bring up the video. But yeah, the measurements were done as recently as 2 weeks.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, Don, can you, hopefully this goes smoothly with the 8.
Cross your fingers.
While he's doing that, you may have noticed I have a sound level meter on a tripod here. And the purpose for bringing that is I was curious what the baseline level is in this very room when nobody's talking. You can hear the air conditioner. The levels we're measuring approximately 41 decibels. To give you a frame of reference for what you're hearing right now. I could bring it up if you'd like, but that's what it's reading when there's no conversation. So if we have the video, the first two videos actually showed that the plant was in full operation on the morning we were there. It was a cold, damp day, which are conditions which are ideal for sound propagation.
2 weeks ago, roughly?
2 weeks ago, yes. In fact, I think it was exactly 2 weeks ago, on Tuesday, or it might have been on a Wednesday. So,
And it looks like you did a lot of your major studies around, what, November?
yeah, as I mentioned, we've been out to the site maybe 5 times to do monitoring over the span of the last 3 years, with the most recent just 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So you can see here, Site 1, these are the locations where we did measurements. 1, 2, 2, and 3 were overlooking the site. Site 4 is next to Mr. May's residence, and Site 5 is directly in front of Mr. Gibson's residence. So, Don, if you could just play Site 1, we'll just take a...
Sites 2 and 3, was that up on top?
It was, and you'll see that in just a moment. So here's the video for Site 1. I don't know if we're going to have audio. But you can see there's trucks coming and going, there's processing occurring in the background. The levels that we're measuring at this location were approximately 65, but the plant is in full operation. So Don, if you can go to the second slide. I won't play the entire duration of each slide just for expediency. So this was Site 2. And here's the photograph overlooking, and here's the video from Site 2. And I'm not hearing the audio, Don. Are we having an issue with that? Keep in mind here, we're illustrating that the plant was fully operational. You can see haul trucks, you can see the excavator, you can see levels there of approximately 62, 63. We were working on getting the audio to patch through at the same time so you could physically hear it. We may still be able to pull that off. But Don, if you could go to, let's skip forward to number 4, recording location number 4. The first two were really intended to just illustrate that the plant was in full operation on the morning that we were.
Yeah, you don't happen to know off the top of your head what those, some of the general average of noise were recorded at this location?
Yes, at that location, we were in the low 60s. The audio. Okay, so the plant was clearly in operation. We then moved, Don, let's go to Site 4. A couple of slides ahead, if you can. Going. The Site 4 you can see is there directly adjacent to Mr. May's residence. Let's go to the next slide. There's Mr. May's residence indicated with the arrow, and go ahead and play this, Don. Approximately 73.5 when the car went by. The plant's in full operation.
Is it windy? Is that noise you're hearing wind or what?
Okay, before I answer that question, if you look here, you can see we're at 37, 36. That's 4 to 5 decibels quieter than what we have in this room right now when nobody's talking. 33. So this was, to answer your question, it was 2 weeks ago, Tuesday or Wednesday, do you recall? I think it was Wednesday, and it was approximately 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. And then we've got the final location, Site 5. You saw when the car went by, the levels were in the low to mid 70s. Let's go ahead and go to site 5 here. There's the photo of us right next to Martin Lane. And here's the reading. So in short, we weren't hearing the same things that Mr. Gibson was hearing. We know that with atmospheric variations, you can have differences in sound, but these levels are consistent with what we predicted. Here, looking at a level of 34 in front of his residence, and the daytime standard for the county is 60, and the decibel scale is logarithmic, and so that is exponentially quieter than what the county standards allow. So we just wanted to be able to provide this supplemental information of actual data that we collected just as recently as 2 weeks ago with the plant in full operation. So if there are any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer. Yes, sir.
I have a separate question. I mean, the contention has been made that when they started expanding the quarry further out, that the trees on top of the hill were taken out. Would that have affected the noise level and the impact on the neighbors?
So yes, I mean, it could have. The trees that were taken out would have just been presumably associated with the cut for the pit, but the remaining trees in between the edge of the pit and the neighbors presumably remain. So sound is affected by intervening topography, by ground cover, atmospheric sound propagation, I should say. The effect of that would have been fairly minimal relative to the depth of the equipment in the pit as it's progressing, because of the substantial shielding in the easterly direction by the pit walls.
I mean, you've heard several people talk about that wasn't problematic until basically that top level was affected.
Insofar as, you know, there are a lot of factors, as I mentioned, but, you know, we're going based off of our extensive noise survey data, including the data that we recently collected. And our analysis, I think it was alluded to that there was some guessing that took place. And I can assure you that we don't guess. And even going back out and retesting and providing the information that we're providing here, I think supports that. So would its removal of ground cover have incrementally affected the amount of absorption? Yes. Would it have been significant enough at those distances and with the shielding to be recognized? Possibly, but nonetheless, the levels are still in the 30s along Martin Lane when the standard is 60. And so, and the results that we just measured are consistent with our modeling results from the original analysis.
I mean, where I live on Sutter Island Road, when Ampine was operating, I don't know if they ramped it up at night or not, but they're up in the Martell area, and I could clearly hear it at my house, and it was just a constant hum.
You heard an increase.
As the crow flies, I'm probably 3 miles away.
Well, and again, there's a lot of factors that will account for that. We know that, and I'm not familiar with your exact situation. Atmospheric conditions at 3 miles can have a dramatic effect, as you're probably aware, on propagation of sound. Despite all of that, and we've looked at local atmospheric conditions, the historical data, and in this particular site, we're comfortable that we've analyzed everything in great detail, and that the mitigation that's being incorporated is going to be a net benefit to all of the neighbors, because it's going to bring the noise levels down with the screens that they're going to be installing during all hours of the day, not just those extra 4 hours.
I think those would be helpful. One thing I will say, I tried to go down and just listen to different areas at some different days and time, just kind of see what I hear. And I understand, yeah, the atmosphere can change things. But I think probably your biggest noise is probably like where Mr. Borth is in the horse trainer, Ron Emmons, and people out that way, because on one side you got the amphitheater shielding the sound to a certain degree. The other side is, it's pretty open going out that way.
And that's a very
And
astute
there's really-
observation. And we
There's really
noticed
not
that.
much, there's really not a real good way to do much about that, kind of is what it is.
And that was the rationale for the extensive screening of the crushers and the screen decks using the suspended
And
curtains.
that would be helpful, yeah.
It's gonna have the greatest benefit to the people to the west that don't have as much topographic shielding.
Okay, well, I think that answered the question about when they were put in place as far as, or when you're doing the noise studies out there, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Moore.
very much.
Thank you.
I think, unless you got something, I think Mr. May's up.
Bill May again. I don't know if you folks know my background, but I was a labor negotiator for 55 years. One thing I learned in labor negotiations is how to compromise. They want to 10, we don't want any increase. Why not split it and make it to 8 p.m.? Thank you.
I think now we have Mr. Curran. You get your chance in a minute.
No, just one last comment. When he was, and I'm no noise expert, but we live about 5 miles, maybe less than that, southwest, I guess. Yeah, it's, northwest, I'm sorry, northwest of the quarry. And I will say that even on Highway 88, where we live, at 6 to 7, 7:30 in the morning, maybe 8, Highway 88, we can hear the cars when they hit the rumble strips on the edge of the roads, just like it's right there. And by 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, I don't hear them. So I think it's really important when all these studies are taking place. It shouldn't just be a one time of the day, it should be throughout the day. Same thing comes back in the evening. And I'm just talking about Highway 88. I didn't mention the quarry. I mean, at 6, 7 a.m., it sounds like it's right there. And honestly, by 10 o'clock in the morning, I don't really notice it. Of course, nobody's home between 10 and 5, most of us. And in the evenings, in the late evenings, we hear it again. But definitely time of day on the sound, for us anyway, makes a huge difference.
Yeah, their noise studies, they did have it for a pretty good span of time.
The one I was just listening to was 9:30 in the morning, and it was on that northeast side that has the most area that's blocked from the noise, from at Bill May's driveway.
They have some graphs that show the noise and stuff like that, and they're pretty extensive time-wise.
I'll take a look.
I will say, I understand what you're saying, so I got a quarry that's about 1 mile from my house, and I'm on the wrong side of the amphitheater because it points right at me. And yeah, in the mornings you can hear it a lot more, and depending on the atmospheric conditions. Some days you hardly even hear it, and some days you almost think you're riding that bulldozer. But let's see, anybody else like to speak? You're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Corey Turney. I'm the Construction Materials Manager for George Reed. I've been with the company for going on 12 years now. It is, as we've mentioned here today before, is a family-owned company, and all members of the company, from the owners down to, myself and others, we really do try, or we pride ourselves on trying to be good neighbors. We have a lot of programs where community efforts, assisting, volunteering, and we really do put our best foot forward when it comes to trying to be a good neighbor. Yet we still do have business to conduct. I just wanted there's a few things I wrote down. At the onset of today's hearing, you guys had mentioned a comment about the sound curtains and a way to ensure that they stay up all the time. It is obviously our intent for them to stay up all the time. We do not have any intentions to take them up, take them down. It's actually a pretty difficult
And in reasonably good condition repair.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we'd be happy to accommodate something to ensure that happens. We're not trying to hide from that. So we are totally willing to accommodate something like that. At the Planning Commission hearing, we had heard comments from Ms., excuse me if I say this wrong, Curran, Jill, mentioning the traffic, like she had mentioned today, about getting on and off Highway 88. And I just want to let her and this board know that immediately after that, we spoke outside in the halls, and we committed to her that we were going to, move forward on trying to help her with that issue and help everyone with that issue. So we have reached out to Caltrans. Now, we can't solely go out and put signage up on there right away, but we do have a ticket in process with Caltrans to install safety truck warning signs on both sides of the Jackson Valley intersection there. Again, just...
I'm sure she'd probably be happy to hear that.
And we have good relationships with a lot of our neighbors. We've done a lot of work for our surrounding neighbors. We've everything from helping them dig ditches to resolve flooding issues in their house, providing aggregates to our neighbors, helping dig a failed well at the winery across the street. Many, many efforts have gone into supporting the people around us.
No, I will say, no, I think George Reed overall has been a good neighbor generally. I mean, Corey's a hard thing to say good neighbor, but I mean, as far as the community, it's like, I know in the past, like, there was the Interfaith Food Bank was doing a project, and I think George Reed, I believe, donated the gravel, and I know they gave the blacktop, like, at George Reed's cost. And that's something, hey, it helps. They had a parking lot with dust up there. It was a mess. And so I think, like, Wabanko Excavating did a lot of the work up there, paving it and whatever else, and George Reed did the materials. It's something that the food bank couldn't do, but with help, got it done. And I know he also donated rock to Kennedy Mine a time or two, just the road going in there and things like that. Some of these people, we get hit with, what do they do for our community? And it's always helpful, and people appreciating, say, hey, yeah, maybe they provide jobs, but not only that, yada, yada, yada. And the community likes that. It's almost like what Bill brought up about the roads. If people knew that Corey down there is putting money towards the local road, they say, hey, geez, that's kind of a nice thing. Otherwise, they just say, oh, that's that darn truck traffic and the roads we got to drive on and yada, yada, yada. And if somebody works there, they're probably very happy. If they don't work there, there's not quite that correlation. And I didn't think you'd address that question that Mr. May had on that as far as putting something towards roads.
So just to comment on that, we have, in fact, actually put forward funds, and you can see them in our permit from 2013. We've contributed to a number of fair share funds for various intersections. As recent as, I think, my time gets away from me, but I saw those, yeah. 3 years ago.
I was talking more like just almost something goes more towards the local roads in general.
We paved, now we did have a requirement to pave Jackson Valley Road from the entrance to the highway at a...
If not, you'd probably have to get four-wheel drive trucks.
That road was required at a certain level of service to be repaved or reconstructed. We proactively performed that work.
Looks good too, by the way.
Thank you. I know it's not in Amador County, but just recently, last year actually, down in Clements, the Clements Community Center, I think it's one of the old schools there on Highway 88, we volunteered and provided and paved the parking lot for that and have donated materials to that. We are actively involved with river cleanup programs with Boy Scouts of America, with various other groups doing all kinds of things. We volunteered at a health clinic last year in Amador County at the fairgrounds. And I had another comment, shift gears a little bit. A comment questioning kind of the noise concern being done by a consultant that we used. Well, with the condition that is being proposed, the county, we will be required to do a compliance review at this point, 3 and 6 months after, if this is approved. The county is the one responsible for designating that consultant, and the company will be paying for that, so there will be no bias involved in that. And then just another comment, it came up about setting a bad precedent for you guys, or for this board to approve us to operate until 10 p.m. it is actually uncommon for industry competitors to have the restrictions like we currently have from 6 to 6. It would be actually it would not be a precedent. Our project would not be a precedent for the future. We are actually the minority, and we are actually the outlier in the industry from our limited hours of operation.
You're saying there's not other quarries that have limited operating hours?
There are, but majority of them don't.
Okay.
But you're limited because of the location of the quarry.
Understood, yes.
So I have a couple of questions too. Wasn't there, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it, I should have marked it, but maybe somebody on your team knows, somewhere in the EIR that you're required to make improvements to the intersection of 88 and Jackson Valley Road, and then also down at Clements Highway 12, widen that section?
So I believe those were fair share contributions, and those were fulfilled.
To Caltrans.
To Caltrans, Chuck, you might have the answer better than I do.
I think those fair share contributions included a regional transportation cost and a local transportation cost. So there might have been two funds that those were paid into. I mean, you'd have to look and find out, but that's typically how those work. One to the state and one to the county.
Thank you.
Sure.
Now on to the next question. You heard a counter from the property owners to go to 8 o'clock. Is that something that George Reed could consider with putting a provision in there to come back for a public hearing for additional review in 2 years?
So George Reed, myself, and the team I've been working with, we've been at this for a long time. We're going on 3 years of analysis, coming in front of members of the board, talking to our neighbors, talking to the planning director, working, with the county personnel, with our community, trying to get to this point. We feel that we have put a lot forward, and we are already finding ourselves at a middle ground. We also feel that we are meet and exceed all county standards as they're written, as they are. And as we've shown earlier, I think there's well, never mind, excuse me, I won't.
I don't know it's so much about the standard.
I'll take that as a no then. I'll take that as a no then.
We would prefer to not.
Let me ask you this then. Sorry. Mr. Supervisor Crew, my apology.
I was sitting here listening to all of this on both sides, and I've had the trucks, the important things were the truck signs and the road improvements. And if I thought, not 8 o'clock, but I thought a seasonal 9 p.m. cutoff in the April through October and 8 o'clock for the first 2 years till everybody gets ready with it and look at it again. So similar to him, but you get most of what you want in the summertime when they're doing mostly the road construction. And if you get a panic project, you can come and get the 2 weeks or a month anyway. I feel like we're just cutting the Jackson Valley folks. We're treating them a little too harshly by jumping to 10 o'clock. So if a mitigation, an hour in the summer and a couple hours in the winter.
I think there is an importance to the seasonality, as you had brought up. And I think there could be a potential, looking at it, maybe something like that. I can't solely make that decision. I would like to, I guess, consult with my team.
We're about ready for a break anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, huh?
Want to do that, or?
Yeah, I think we will. Maybe, you talk to your team, and I think if Bill's quick, we'll have maybe Bill's input, and then we're gonna take a break.
Well, how much time do you need? Because we could continue this public hearing too.
No, I think we would be.
They look tired. Bill?
Old horse is barely breathing.
This is very quick. They don't really want to try to compromise. We're trying to compromise. The neighbors are not George Reed.
Thank you, Bill. At this time, we're gonna take a quick break. Oh,
10 minutes, give
let's come back at 10 to 10 for a 10-minute break. Going to call a meeting back to order. Is there any more public comment? Seeing, we got one here.
Good afternoon, Board Chairman. I'm Ted Zebrowski. I've been a homeowner in Amador County since 2001. Currently, I have a home I own. I'm closer to SGI than I am to the George Reed operation. But a few of the points, earlier today, you guys were talking about some of the construction projects that need done for the school intersection and all that. All that material comes from these type of quarries. I know that quarries, right in your backyard can feel like a nuisance, but we certainly need these building materials, and we need to have them cost effectively, and we're all worried about carbon footprints. If we're importing this material from another county, or if we didn't have this local quarry, the carbon footprint on those building materials is going to be much more. So you need a local source, good quality building materials, and that's one thing we're lucky to have in this county. We've got some good quarries, some good operators. George Reed's a California company owned by a California family. It's been there a long time. That means a lot. If you're dealing with another company, a lot of these producers are huge companies that are maybe from, their headquarters is back east. You're going to, I don't think that you're going to have an opportunity to meet the ownership and have lunch with them and voice your concerns with a big corporation from the East Coast that owns some of these other quarries. So I think that the residents should be thankful for that we're able to get our voices heard. And the other thing I think that I didn't hear, the point I didn't hear made was that George Reed's just trying to be competitive. They're trying to be competitive with the other quarries from other counties, their neighboring competitors. And with those added hours, that means that they're going to be able to provide that material delivered to the project when it's safest for the people working on the project. There's less trucks on the road during those hours. That's when we want those trucks delivering that material to the project. So they're just trying to be competitive. And with George Reed being competitive and being a good, strong local company, how many small businesses does that affect in Amador County? Those guys eat lunch. They've got somebody coming in there doing maintenance on their trucks. Somebody's delivering fuel. Amador County gets sales tax for all the fuel that's delivered to that site. And what about all the trucks? We've got a lot of trucks, a lot of owner-operators in Amador County that haul rock. Those guys are feeding their families, putting food on their table, hauling the rock out of George Reed Quarry to these projects. Those guys are buying fuel in the county. Big part of fuel is what? Road tax. So the money we're looking for to fix our roads is being paid for, and we didn't even think about how much of that's coming from all those trucks that are hauling that rock out of that quarry. So that's a real benefit that we don't think about very often. And with all the moisture we've had this year, the last month, especially the last few weeks, that all those washouts, your driveway gets washed out, the approach into your property, all that's repaired with this crushed stone material that's being produced by these guys. So I think it's important that we support them, help keep them competitive. They're good jobs and good people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Chuck?
Just real quick, because it was brought up, the hours of operations for SGI and Newman Ridge. SGI has 2 use permits, one for the granules plant and one for the quarry. The quarry was issued 91, the granules plant 98. There are no hours of operation limit on either one of those. Newman Ridge, on the other hand, was limited to 6 to 10 Monday through Friday, 7 to 3 on Saturday, but they could operate 24/7 periodically as long as there was a notification to either adjoining property owners or anybody who wanted notice of the 24/7 operations. Doesn't put a limit on the other than that. So there you go.
Thank you. Is George Reed interested in telling us where you're at? Don't you hate those situations?
Jordan Main again. So we've obviously heard quite a bit today. and we recognize the tension between George Reed's business needs and the neighbors' concerns. We do also note and we're reminded again that our two largest competitors, although one's not started, it is owned by the largest construction materials company in the United States, Vulcan. They didn't purchase that site to mothball it. We fully expect they'll kick up operation and be our primary competitor. They have a notice provision, as was just read in theirs, where they can extend their hours of operation based on contract demands and energy demands. So that there's also, I guess, another alternative in there. We, after considering, we obviously would prefer the full request just because we've scaled it back so much, but would offer that in the summer months, just with consideration of the seasonality, the importance of being able to operate in the summer months, that's really critical to us. So between April and October, we would request 9 p.m. and between November and March, the rest of the year, 8 p.m. We think that that's a true scaled back balance of everything we've heard, and sort of the minimum we think we could pull off at this point to meet our project goals and objectives.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't closed the public hearing yet.
No.
So, Mr. May, or Mr. Gibson, or both of you? We're talking about compromise here, Bill. You brought the word up.
I'm gonna go with you, Bill. Sure your voice is heard.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Bill.
We feel a true compromise is 8 p.m. We offered it. We're the neighbors. We're the ones most affected by their operations. And like I say, I was a labor negotiator for 55 years. I learned that sometimes nobody gets everything they want. They have to settle for what makes everyone reasonably happy. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Farrell, come up. Tom? You said early on that 10 p.m. doesn't necessarily mean 10 p.m. But realistically, are we to assume if we say 9 p.m. that most of the time you're going to be operating till 9 p.m.?
No, I wouldn't think that at all. We have a similar quarry over at Table Mountain. They can operate all they want. And, you know, our guys have a shift. They rarely work late in the afternoon. Nobody really wants to. We would anticipate taking advantage of the extra hours on an as-needed basis 10, 15% of the time, maybe 20% of the time. So it wouldn't be perpetually working and running everything till 9 p.m. Like I said, we're asking for no production increases for this. So we're asking for nothing that we haven't already gotten approval for in our last EIR. So we would just like the flexibility to be able to operate sort of in a broader range of times to allow us to meet our customer demands. But, you know, I don't think that we would be working every night till 9 p.m.
Well, I'd like to put a couple other things in there too. One would be that a similar, a 2-year approval basically with a public hearing for review in 2 years. And the other would be a pledge on your part, and I can't do anything more than a pledge on this, that you'll continue to work with Mr. Borth and try to mitigate his issues. I know there's some residual factors there.
The Borth one is easy. I'd already planned on keeping the relationship alive with him and trying to continue to reach out. I talked to Brian Mays about Mr. Borth. I've been working on him. We've been negotiating for a long time, and, you know, we get to points where it just sort of stalls, but I'd certainly be keeping that active. As far as the 2-year reopener, is there a way we could tie that to some sort of compliance requirement, like meeting a county standard?
I think that would be part of the hearing at that time, to have that data presented
Yeah.
to the board?
I guess we're just kicking the can down the road a little bit. But, if it was a condition of approval that you felt was necessary to get your yes vote, then we would accept it.
Well, we're making the standard higher for you to operate the plant. I think that's a good thing for the neighborhood too, and if the neighborhood sees, that you're doing everything the way you said you're gonna do it, then these three members are still gonna be here in 2 years. I'm not.
Yeah, well, I do think with the mitigation measures that we propose, primarily the mitigation measure where we're not going to be doing surface activities, after 6 p.m., and you gotta remember this, so it would be from 6 to 9 that we wouldn't be doing those. I think the people on Martin Lane will see a dramatic improvement in the amount of noise that they'll be hearing at 6 p.m. when we are not allowed to move topsoil or do clearing at the lip of the pit. We still have to do it. We still have a couple laybacks, but those will be contained in our previous approval and end at 6 p.m.
So you should have nothing to worry about then in 2 years. Right?
Oh, I'm not worried.
Big part.
So, yeah. Anything else, Mr. Forrester?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Farrell. What's more important to you, amount of days that you get the additional time, or going later, like 9 o'clock versus 10 o'clock, or having more days?
So you're saying that would we be happier with going to 10 o'clock 40 days a year?
A shorter time period.
Or we just have a flat out 9 o'clock cutoff period?
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd prefer the flat out 9 o'clock. Yeah, we'll let Corey, he's the operations manager.
Which
He
is,
can
you
handle it.
already said that you would agree to that. Let's keep going here.
I just want to add, a few things, and I'll address your question first. We would like this approval outright with the new hours that we had just proposed.
I think the board has some real reticence on that.
Excuse me?
I think the board has some real reticence on that.
The ones you came back with.
Yeah.
9 o'clock and
9 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as the public hearing in 2 years, you're saying you don't like that?
So,
Correct.
no, sorry, I was asking your question separately.
Okay,
Answering
all right.
your question separately.
I thought you'd kind of jumped.
Sorry. One of the issues with limiting the number of nights is if there's a contract out there that requires a certain amount of work to do, some of these contracts are multi-year. And so if we have a limited number of nights, we may not even be able to go out and try to procure that work. And this also kind of doubles with the 2-year deferral, I guess I'll call it. We've gone through an extensive amount of work to get to this point right now, and we don't want to be back in here 2 years from now having the same deliberation, the same discussion. We are happy to provide compliance-related goal or reviews, but to come up in front of the board again and have it take into account subjective information, we don't want to be put in that position. We would prefer not to be put in that position.
But the thing is, you don't be put in that position, but you're also putting this board in this position, maybe putting those people in a position. And we'd like to be able to say down the road, hey, how has this worked out? Maybe you folks might try really hard, you do your noise mitigation and yada, 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 and maybe work some on Mr. Forth possibly. And then we can say, hey, good to go. As it is, if we say, here, you're out of here, then they're sitting in those chairs going, with no recourse.
You would have to do it, Corey, at the 3-year mark.
Yeah, and we're already going to be doing it every 3 years.
That's based on objective material. So we're just saying we want to move that to the 2-year mark.
Well, but the 2 years is gonna end up being a public hearing though.
But it'd be,
With public comment.
What's the difference?
One is they just say we met all standards, bye, we're out here. One is you say we met all standards and we have input from people saying, hey, and we can look at it. It's worked, it hasn't worked. And I understand I could see where if I was you, I'd say, I don't want to do that. I get it. But I also understand this gives the county something to say, hey, look, how well did noise mitigation work? How well this work? Things are looking pretty good, and it gives you more time maybe, to work with a few of your neighbors.
If I was in your shoes, I had a business for 38 years, not of your size, but I wouldn't want the government meddling with me all the time. But you're making a lot of promises to these people. 1 year, 2 years down the road, we verify that, let them have their say again, and we go on from there, and everybody will be happy. I think it will work.
We have no problem with verifying these things or these mitigations.
Like, did you get all the screens put up?
We are
and
more
still
than happy
work
to
on it?
verify that at any given time. It's the fact that it becomes a public, setting like
Spectacle.
this again, where it's opened back up. There might be new Board of Supervisors. There might be new neighbors that moved in after the fact. You might have greater coalition or they're just, a lot of things can change. And I'm not downplaying what we've heard from some of our neighbors today, but we also have business to conduct where we may try to go out and there may be business opportunities for us to get that are multi-year contracts, and we can't just shut our door, 2 years from now, and then our customers are upset and then we have other problems in that regard as well.
Well, most of the people that work for George Reed get to go home at night outside of the county. And you don't live with our neighbors and you don't live with our residents and see them daily, and we're trying to meet you halfway on something.
Yeah.
Might be a good time to sit down.
Yeah, understood. And I don't want to I'm not trying to argue here. We feel like we've actually already met in the middle in some regards
I know
as
you
well.
did. That
So-
was fine. That was a great response.
Taking all this into account, I think that we would be open to a 2-year reopener coming back for public review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's close the public hearing and get on with this now.
I got one more question before we do that. We've got from April to October. Does that work, or would you rather have May to November? I mean, April's still kind of wet out.
Yeah, April to October would be fine.
Okay, April, October?
Yeah. More questions?
Nope.
Renito?
We're good, thank you. Any more comments from over there? I figure it's only fair. Well, no, just, if you're good, I'm good.
And you opened it back up. Well, I'm back to 8 o'clock. It's a good compromise, and why don't we just stick with that? Thank you.
Okay,
You have any Zoomers?
No, not at this time.
motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 4-0-1.
Supervisor Forster, do you want to make a motion? You've been writing down over there.
I'll move that, I guess we have to deny the appeal, correct? No?
No, your action is on the use permit, it's de novo, so you need to make the findings in the use permit and add any revisions to conditions, and then, make the revisions to the conditions and make the necessary findings.
Okay, I'd like to move then that we make the revisions of, approval of the extension of operating hours from April through October till 9 p.m., November through March of 8 p.m., that there will be another public hearing in 2 years to have public review of the process as well as assess the data that is presented, and with the word of the applicant to continue to work with Mr. Borth on mitigating his impacts, which they have not been able to come to terms of at this point.
Also,
And the conditions, approve the conditions too.
What about the, have to find the adequacy of the mitigating neighborhood deck too? Isn't that part of the action?
Yeah, actually, that's the first action, would be the environmental document.
Well, can we do it all as one or not?
Usually you do it separate.
All right, move to approve the environmental document.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Second motion would be as I
Any opposed?
stated.
Carries 401.
Second motion would be as I previously stated.
Second.
That covered,
That's, yeah. Supervisor, Chairman Oneto, at one point you talked about 44A, in the suspend and, acoustic, suspend and and adding, like, maintain in good condition
Yeah.
language. Is that where you'd want it? So, right now it says suspend acoustic curtains around the processing plant crushers and screen decks. It could say suspend and maintain in good condition acoustic curtains around.
Yes, could you make that part of the motion, maybe? That should be part of the motion?
you want that included in the motion?
Yeah.
Just to maintain the curtains in, proper operating
Yeah.
condition.
Suspend and maintain the curtains in good.
Just maintain, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the only other question I have is, and I don't know if it's clear to you, Mr. Beatty, but around what happens in 2 years? Are you granting a 2-year use permit that then expires? Or are they coming back to present certain data and certain criteria? I'm still not certain about that.
Question on that.
And my intent with the motion was to have a full public hearing that would, review the project to continue its operation in the future.
Well, public hearing yeah, but I don't know what.
Including public comment.
Does the use permit expire automatically in 2 years and then you're reapproving it? Or are you just having a public hearing review where they present data, and if their criteria is not met, you add additional mitigation measures? I don't know what.
The board could go further than that, and if they were not meeting the standards that they set, according to what's been said today, then the project could be, use permit could be denied operational into the future.
Based on based on meeting the conditions, or based on just
Similar
more
hearing to
discretion?
today, where we hear about the conditions and where we hear the public input.
So similar today would be you want the use permit to expire.
Not really.
I don't want it to expire.
Okay, well, you're not.
I want the board to say, if they're not meeting what's been discussed today, then the board has the ability to say, then it expires and
When does the use permit fail? I mean, when does it quit?
Unless you put a sunset date on it, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
So if you put a sunset date on it, so 2 years from now, we have another hearing for you to extend it, which is what I thought you were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or,
that's the intent, Greg.
because if you don't put if you just want to have a 2-year compliance review in 2 years, and you're not happy with with compliance, then there was a separate proceeding to go through for revocation to take it back to what it was before. You couldn't just do it at that moment unless you said, no, it's going to expire in January of 2026 unless we're happy with the compliance review.
The compliance review would include public comments too.
Public hearing, right.
Correct?
Right.
And at that point, if the board is not happy with what they're hearing, then they could nullify the use permit, correct?
Start the process to review.
If there's a sunset date defined.
You have to have it in, because if you want to be able to say in 2 years, oh, well, they presented the same data that they have today with the sound and the everything, and the neighbors still say, it's too loud, I don't like it, and you want to make it go away, then you need to put an end date on it.
So we could say, like, February 1st of 2026.
If that's your desire to be able to end it, regardless of whether they're meeting objective criteria or not in the condition.
But the board has to act to end it or act to extend?
Well, it would automatically expire, or you could extend it at that time.
Okay, so it wouldn't, but automatically, so if the board has that meeting and the people are happy and the board's happy, they wouldn't have to come back in for a new use permit, we could just go ahead and extend it at that point.
Yes.
Or as Ms.
And we could drop the public hearing part from after that. It would just be extended
Well,
on
at
the
that point,
triennial
it
review.
would be up to the board at that time.
Or as Ms. May said, if they're substantially in compliance. You three are gonna be here. You happy with that?
Yeah.
Conditional use permit, which worries me because our entire permit is called a conditional use permit. So is there a way to just to tie it to this particular application? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Because I hear this.
It's not, yeah, it wouldn't be,
Conditional use permit, and I'm.
No, it'd
trying to not have a hard-
only be this,
only additional hours, right?
Okay, all right,
Just for the additional conditions that are put on today, correct?
all right.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, the intent is not to shut the whole operation down, and the intent is for the operation to continue if you're operating as, you said you're going to, and for the most part, the neighbors are okay with it. Is that clear as mud, Jennifer?
There a sunset date? 2 years from now.
February 1st of 2026.
Yes, there it is.
2 years.
That would be in the motion too.
So it would
Okay.
take board action in January of 2026 to continue the use permit, whatever time limit the board chooses at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm clear now.
So,
Yes, I'll second whatever he said.
okay, so we have a motion by Forrester.
and
Sure.
Yeah.
Requires extensive work on our part, including acquiring, hanging the curtains, installing all of the mitigation before we can run. So at a minimum, if we're looking at any sort of a sunset on the condition, we'd ask that it be from some commencement date of the extended hours, not from today's date, for example, because I mean, that might leave us 9 months to do the work, and we would have invested a substantial amount of money, to demonstrate compliance, so.
Well, give us what's realistic for you to accomplish those tasks.
Yeah, I think we have to notify, we would anticipate notifying the planning department that the mitigations have been installed, and then we'd run additional hours, and from that notification point, we'd get.
You're not gonna change your hours.
Yeah, it
until
would
you-
be.
Instead of a hard date, then we could say upon notification that George Reed, that the, conditions have been met.
well, it would be a 2-year use permit triggered on when you start, when you
the
trigger,
notification
when
to
you
the county.
implement the mitigation, and then
That
till
makes more
planning, your
sense.
use permit starts, and then 2 years.
From that date, but that also means you can't start operating until 8 o'clock until that happens, right?
That would be the case anyway,
Yeah.
if you approved it.
Okay.
And so and so how early before that, that termination date, do you want to have the public hearing?
Be the month before, just like it was now. It was going to be January of 2026, so now it's going to be the month prior to whenever that expiration date is.
That'd work.
So that would change the motion then from discarding February 1st of 2026 to when notification occurs by George Reed that the improvements have been, installed.
And they wanna activate the time change.
That's right.
And so you're approving the request, the modified requested based on the motion for 2 years, based on when it goes into effect, with the review hearing and with the board's potential to extend those hours, extend this use permit at that time.
Yes.
That works.
Got it?
I'm gonna ask you to read back exactly what the motion was, but I got basically what it was.
Let me put my glasses back.
Looking for a second?
I seconded it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, carries 4-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it? Did the minutes. Yeah, we're done.
And, oh, hey, what's our next meeting? We're adjourned until February 6th, 2024, at 9 o'clock.